Holy shit, I actually did it.
Alright, so here's what happens. You punch this wall. And literal steel peels inward like the fucking hull of an orange. Like this material is not meant to bend in this way. And there is a electric buzz, a static shock that moves up your arm as you find yourself digging into an electrical panel.
I found a panel.
Looks over to the group.
I like to imagine that like everyone in the room has ringing ears because when he hits shit, it causes a shockwave.
I will also add that you kind of stop short at the panel because what's behind it is either solid concrete or solid rock. You're not sure, but there's not really anywhere else to go.
Yeah. He pulls his fist out and he gestures towards the hole in the wall. I take it you were looking for this.
Liam starts moving. Buy me time, he says under his breath.
Bed.
You watch him walk forward. He looks at you, kind of puts hands on either side of your shoulders and moves you over, walks forward, and kind of disappears into the hole that you've made in this like in the steel when you ripped it outward, removing your fist.
Yeah.
And you watch, you're the only one close enough to see this, Maze, but you watch as he kind of ungloves a hand and you see his fingers beginning to turn into metal. And he, driving Minerva into the wall and releasing her for a moment, keeping her in place, shoves his hand directly into the panel. There is an electric burst. And you can't see it well with the way that his face is concealed, but he's grimacing as the electricity courses up his arm and seems to disappear into him.
All right. Time to break stuff.
Credwin's gonna look over to Anna, and he's going to say, Anna, could you give me a bright light through the interlink?
Sure.
I'm gonna listen to break stuff.
She makes another ball like she did with the cat.
The cat is very interested.
We just need to blind the cameras long enough for what I have planned.
Okay.
Well, that would be great if we knew where the cameras were, Judah says, like, her eyes moving the length of the room. You see nothing that looks remotely like a camera.
Credwin is actually going to, nod and say, that's exactly why I need the light. Basically, what he wants to do is two things. The bright light. You know how when there's a bright light, there's always a reflection in the lens of a camera? It's like the trick.
The lens flare.
Yeah, when you like the trick when you're staying at like a Airbnb or whatever, when you think there might be like hidden cameras, you turn out the lights and you flash a flashlight and look for lens flares.
That makes sense.
Okay.
So there's that, and also he just wants like a bright enough light because bright light can blind cameras for a few seconds. So he's trying to simultaneously blind them and also find them.
Yeah.
Roll perception.
Alright.
I guess
Oh, no, you're also allowed to roll perception.
I'll look.
18.
Anna, what did you get?
20.
20?
God damn! We out here today. We are indeed out here. With a 20. This is your light, so it does not easily blind you or Judah. You're used to it. You've adjusted. And what you see, catching on to what Pridwin wants to do, you manage to catch multiple lens flares from different areas of the room. You aren't sure how many, but you know that there's multiples from all angles, all different walls above you. You also get the sense that there might be some ground level.
Here's the other thing. Cameras are wired in series. So, what I'm planning is, as Anna brings up the sudden bright flare of light, Pridwin almost simultaneously, in weapon form, Lunal is going to raise the gauntlet and begin conjuring electricity towards Anna like they're about to start fighting. And the second the light goes off, he's going to immediately try and hit the cameras and overload them.
Anna's going to
He's
use
going to try and
the
burn them
refulgent
out,
arrow.
basically.
Are you... Because you can hit multiple targets with that, right?
He can, but specifically, I don't think I need to.
I meant Anna.
No, it says one target, so unfortunately I can't. Although it would be nice to hit multiples.
So, if you're aiming for one target, and Pridwin is aiming for another target, both of you roll to hit.
Alright. 19.
14.
Both of you are gonna hit. So, you shatter the camera, Anna. It very satisfyingly. It seems that there was some sort of cloaking on it that almost made it translucent. And it crumbles to the ground in a series of sparks and mechanical parts. Pridwin, you hit another one of the flares. And with that, there is a strange, almost static whirring, buzzing sounds. And then there's nothing. You hear, however, the crackle of the loudspeaker again. Now, this is most inappropriate. Why must you always fight the easy options? We could have done this the painless way.
Okay, so the plan did fail.
Well, we can still break stuff.
Yeah, I guess we're doing it. I guess we're going loud immediately.
Yep.
That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
Do you want this wall medium rare or well done?
Oh my god. What the fuck? I hate it here.
I'm just imagining Pridwin tosses you a monster. Treat it like drywall.
So are you just going like free for all on this fucking wall?
Yeah.
Are you working on the same wall that Liam is on,
Different wall.
or a different? Okay, which wall are you on?
He would have chosen the furthest one from where we entered.
So, catty corner to the wall Liam's on. The wall with the door on it.
Yeah, so he chose that one initially. He's gonna choose from where he's standing, like looking towards where Pridwin is, because he walked further. He's gonna go towards the right, and he's gonna start beating on the wall.
Okay. You start beating on the wall.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. What ability should I use for this wall? I'll just basic attack it. He's gonna try to cleave right through it.
Okay. You start basic attacking the wall.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else joining in the havoc?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys start beating on the walls.
Mm-hmm.
They bend not as wildly as they did when you first punched it. That was some serious power damage.
Oh.
However, you are causing damage to the steel.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. I'm gonna use power stance on the wall.
Okay.
Take out 9. Okay. Then you're just gonna keep beating it.
You keep beating on the wall. Pridwin, are you attacking? Which wall are you going after?
I mean, I don't think... If the cameras are down, I don't really think there's anything else for him to go for.
So what are you doing right now?
I guess he's gonna be looking for more, maybe electrical systems or something.
Roll perception.
Alright. Six.
Pridwin. Then there's some walls, alright? Then there's a lot of walls.
It's a good amount of wall.
I mean, the lights probably have some sort of electricity hooked up to them.
I mean, apart from the thing that Liam's actively working on, Pridwin doesn't want to fuck with anything just in case any of it links up. So he's probably just watching the chaos right now.
Anna, what are you doing?
Looking at the ceiling.
You're looking at the
Trying
ceiling.
to hit it.
The ceiling, surprisingly, looks to be the same texture as the walls. It is pretty sturdy, not easily destructible. Maze is bashing the walls in. And as he is beating along this wall, kind of opposite of all of you guys, Katya is standing next to you, Pridwin, and she says through your inner link, "Do you smell that?"
Smell what?
She tilts her head a little bit, looking around. I don't know, there's this strange... I don't like it. It almost has this briny scent to it, and yet it's somehow sweet at the same time.
You know,
Does that familiar at all?
Yeah, it does. It sounds familiar because you produce something like that.
I mean, he produces salt water sometimes.
That's what she's describing to you.
Does he see anywhere where there seems to be salt water?
No. You do hear something, though. As Maze is thrashing, he hits something in the wall, and there's a clanging sound. And then suddenly, you hear a soft rumbling. And then the air seems to get very humid. Lunala's hair begins to frizz up just a bit. She grumbles and pulls her hood tighter.
I think the complex runs under the water.
Maze, what did you do? Katya says, turning to look at him, and that's when she takes a step and you hear a light splashing sound.
It looks over at her and says, huh?
She stops. She's looking down, and there's a puddle beneath her foot. It's only a couple inches by a couple inches at first. But then it starts getting bigger. Uh-oh, Lunala says.
Oh, for the love of...
Who looks sad?
Does Fridwin see the hole that this water is coming from?
No. It seems to just be coming up through the floor, almost like osmosis. Like it is seeping through this solid metal somehow.
Oh? I don't think he did that.
The water is getting to be a bigger and bigger puddle. And as it does, you notice in various spots across the room, there are more puddles appearing. Are you still in your weapon form?
I would imagine he was?
Okay. Pridwin, there is a violent shifting from Lunala as Katya lurches suddenly, jolting up into the air, searching for purchase. And she ends up clambering onto Lunala's shoulders, breathing hard.
Are they trying to drown us?
Pridwin, I need you back in your normal form, Lunala says, grabbing at Katya's shoulder tight.
Pridwin's gonna transform?
You're back in your normal human form, and Lunala steps up onto the toes of your boots, just getting herself out of the water. And you notice there's a hissing coming from her bare feet, and steam beginning to rise. You hear Katya, still holding on to now your shoulders instead of Lunala's, whimpering.
Is this holy water?
You look down at it. You smell that strange brine mixed with a hint of sweet. It smells exactly like the holy water that you produce.
How the hell would they even... Oh, dear.
Lunala is putting on a brave face, but you can tell that really hurt her feet. And the water, now, the puddles are getting closer and closer to joining together. What's going on out there? You hear Liam say through his inner link. You can't really see him in the wall, but there's a lot of, like, blue light coming from the wall.
They're flooding the room with holy water. My holy water, somehow.
They're doing that in the short time that I've known you. You've got a lot of family members. Any one of them would be stupid enough to work with this scientist?
No. All of them hate people like this. And only like 3 of them could produce holy water. Does Pridwin know any way of nullifying holy water?
Pridwin does not know any way of nullifying holy water. But I will say that it's not specifically your holy water. It is just holy water. I was just giving you the familiarity to let you know what it was.
I mean, it's briny, which is weird. Usually it has to be pure water.
There is a reason for it.
Don't worry about the details. We're getting drowned.
I don't even know how I hallow the water. I have no idea how you could unhallow it.
Well, less time for talking and more time for action, I suppose.
The water is almost a solid layer on the floor at this point. Judah kind of sloshes a foot in it unamusedly. Great, now my boots are gonna get wet.
Maze?
No.
Do you think you can, desecrate holy water?
Oh, that's a good question. I could try. How would one go about that?
I don't know, do something unholy. Use God's name in vain or something.
Fuck you, God.
Stop.
Oh, wait, I have an idea. Maze is gonna take his katana and he's gonna slit his wrist. He's gonna pour his blood into the water.
You cut your wrists and you start pouring blood into the water. The water beneath your feet becomes murky.
Yeah, I don't know.
I imagine he's like putting his hands on his hips, reaching up to like rub at his jaw and thigh, and there's just blood like gushing everywhere as he does. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I could fill this entire room with blood.
Wouldn't you die doing that? Minerva says.
Not if I keep regenerating the blood.
Can you regenerate that fast?
Only one way to find out.
I think it would be a good idea to not nearly kill ourselves.
Fair. He's gonna regenerate the He's gonna heal his wrist.
You heal your wrist. By now, there's about 2 inches of water standing on the floor.
What's your progress over there, Liam?
A little busy at the moment. There's more sparking, and you hear a grunt of pain.
Huh. Well, let's see. How do we deal with this?
Unfortunately, there's not really much I can do except act as a flotation device.
You float, Judah says, looking at your armor.
I'm actually able to swim in this.
She squints at you.
It's aerodynamic.
You mean hydrodynamic?
Both.
Don't worry about
Anna pulling out the dictionary out of her pocket.
Well,
He can also just stand on top of the water, Minerva says, still stuck into the wall, her eyes rolling.
this is also true.
Oh, that's right. What if you stand on top of the water and then we wouldn't be touching the water, right? Will that work? Or will it still burn?
Until we reach the ceiling, it would.
You're at 3 inches of water now.
Fredwin is currently standing on top of the water.
You are standing on top of the water. The ceiling is at least a good 20 feet above you.
Well, so we have time. Alright. I could just keep wailing at the wall, but we might be under the ocean, so we might get flooded with even more water.
I would prefer not drowning, Katya says.
The other problem is, well, we have a lot of time before we reach the ceiling. We do not have that much time before the electrical panel goes underwater, and at that point, I'm not going to be able to hold.
Huh.
4 inches of water.
Let's see. Who here has the skills capable of dealing with this? We could siphon it somewhere else.
Pridwin, do you think you can nullify the electricity?
I can conduct it through me, but that's about all I can do.
If you conduct it through you, don't you have to send it somewhere else?
Usually to ground, yes.
What if... What if we make a loop?
You mean a circuit?
If you can take the electricity and bounce it off of me, and I send it back to you, do you think we could maintain that long enough for them to figure out something?
I could run the electricity through me, create a circuit to keep it from electrifying the water, but that also means that I'm going to be taking up space. Also, I will have to stop holding both of you.
I can handle that, Minerva says, and flashes out of her dagger form, landing in the water, landing on the water with a splash. She walks up beside you, Pridwin.
I thought I was the only one who could do that.
Are you kidding? I learned this from you, she says, squinting at you.
Fair enough. I just haven't seen you do it before.
Well, I haven't needed to, because usually you do that thing that lets people stand on top of the water with you.
Also, the last time I saw you fall in water, you kind of were very bad at staying above it.
I don't want to talk about it, she says, squinting at you. Also, I'm pretty sure your wife knows how to do this, she says, squinting at Lunala. But I don't know if it's gonna burn my feet or not, she says. Katya at this point has clambered onto Minerva's shoulders, crouching like a cat.
I'm sorry, this is off topic, but I was listening to Break Stuff by Limp Bizkit, and when I searched for it, it gave me the song, right? But for some reason, it also recommended a audiobook called Penis Enlargement.
What?
I don't know why. Yeah, it's
I think it's trying to say something to you about your music taste.
I'm wondering if it has to do with Fred Durst.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's 2 hours and 28 minutes.
Good lord.
It says, do you wish you could add length or girth without worrying about harmful devices, supplements, or questionable methods? You must keep listening.
You must keep listening.
I can't fucking deal with you guys.
Holy shit.
So,
Alright. So,
Katya is on Minerva's shoulders. Judah is angrily sloshing her combat boots in the water, holding Anna. Maze is standing there in a puddle of blood that is slowly diffusing outward into the water. Prudwin, your wife is still clinging to your shoulders, the bottoms of her feet burned.
Well, it's a good thing that he didn't go for the usual evil scientist thing of sharks.
yet.
Don't give him ideas.
To be fair, I think if any sharks tried to attack you, you'd just punch them.
A cybernetic shark
Yeah.
is not a bad idea.
Laser shocks.
Wait, they're listening and trying to talk to us while we're talking.
I will add, you see in the, like, distant background, there is a cat that is, like, clambering up the wall and digging its claws in, and its claws aren't holding, so it's slowly sliding down the wall, and it gets down to the water, and it growls angrily and scrambles back up the wall and digs its claws in and then slides down the wall.
It's like a cat when they try to climb up fucking wallpaper.
It's not going well, and Nine is clinging to the cat's back, and she does not look happy.
Oh dear.
Well, what I was doing before seemed to be working. I heard a clinking sound.
I'm still not convinced you didn't cause this, Katya says, crossing her arms.
Maybe I did.
Lunala, are you dry?
She frowns, staring at the water.
Because I do not want to electrocute you.
She frowns again. I guess. But it's gonna burn my feet again, isn't it?
You can stay on my shoulders. Just as long as there isn't anything to conduct the electricity from me to you.
So the armor? She says, looking at you.
I can hold it, but it's a lot harder to control the flow of electricity when there's a fluid conductor.
I can pick them. I can pick her up.
Pridwin looks at you.
Lunala
Not
also
like I'm
looks at
doing
you.
anything. so they don't get electrocuted.
Squinting.
What? Why are you squinting? I'm offering to help.
You like are offering to help, and you hear a rumbling and a sloshing coming towards you. There's a very large cat, and it leaps up on top of you and takes you down into the water. There's about a foot of water on the ground at this point, and the cat is standing on top of you, like using the very tips of its toes to try and avoid the water as it stands on top of you. This cat, by the way, is like 800 or 900 pounds.
He just. I like to imagine he's just face down in the water.
Drowning, and the cat doesn't care.
He just puts his thumbs up. He tries to say, "Never mind, I'm taken," but it's just warbling.
The cat growls angrily and is like stepping around your body, trying to avoid the water sloshing up over you.
This is his fate now.
This is how we lose Maze.
9 looks over at you, Pridwin, with a very scared look on her face.
Pridwin's going to say, "Don't worry, we'll get out of this." And he's going to head over to the electrical panel.
You approach the hole in the wall that Maze has made. And as you do, Lunala clinging onto you still, you see Liam inside, and his hand is embedded deeply in the wires, and there's electricity surging over him. Up his arm, down the other arm, as he appears to be working on something, but you can't ascertain what exactly he's up to. His eyes are nothing but pure energy at this point, and he doesn't even look at you as you approach.
So the current is flowing through him at the moment.
At the moment, it is.
So Pridwin's going to place his hand on Liam's shoulder, and then he's going to place another hand. I'm assuming the wires are at least partially exposed.
Yeah, they're fraying wires that electricity is sparking off of.
Yeah, so he's going to grab the neutral wire, and he is going to try to complete the circuit.
With your hand on his shoulder, digging your fingers into the other wiring, the electricity begins to move up, over, and into you. And it feels awful. This is not your electricity. This is not a pleasant electricity.
What the hell kind of voltage do they run through this place?
You kidding? To keep an entire underground facility running? Fuck knows. You can hear almost an almost synthetic sound. An almost not automated, but you can almost hear the electricity in his voice, as if he's becoming part of the system. I've almost found the panel for the door. I just need time.
That's what I'm trying to give you.
His hair is standing on end. You can see bits of it from beneath the hood that's slacked back a little bit from his forehead. He closes his eyes tightly. Anna, you and Judah are hanging out in a puddle. You know, it's not bad after you get used to it.
I know, but I have to replace my socks now.
Oh, yeah, but at least it's warm, she says, sloshing her feet. At this point, it's about halfway up her shins.
You want to try and make a hole in the ceiling so we have a place to get out in case things get bad?
Yeah, that seems fair, she says and looks up at the ceiling. Well, I don't really see any structural weaknesses. I mean, there's the lights, but if we start messing with them, I'm afraid it's just gonna send electricity down onto the water.
Yeah.
What if we go down? She says, looking into the water beneath her feet.
A drain works as well as an escape, so sure.
I mean, but the water is coming from down, right? So would that make it worse?
Uh.
Well, look, if they wanted us to be in these
plumbing.
cells, there has to be some sort of drain system in here. I mean, they weren't planning on this whole place being flooded forever, I imagine.
Yeah.
So there's got to be a drain somewhere, she says, spinning and peering through the water.
Hold on. You got anything like,
I'm listening.
we need rice or flour or some sort of grain, anything that can easily float in water yet not be interrupting of it.
Judah, realizing what you're doing, reaches up and grips a section of her hair and tears it out. Holds her hand up and drops it into the water.
Gonna watch the water.
You watch. You see the pink and blue strands floating for a moment. They shift and trail as the water rises, but it doesn't appear that the water is exiting anywhere.
Makes sense, but you'd think there'd be at least some sort of non-water type part to drain.
I mean, wouldn't they have to keep that closed if they were trying to drown us first?
True.
Maybe it needs to be activated somehow? I wonder if this water is connected to the sprinkler system. Pridwin, you guys are standing there conducting electricity. And you hear a mumble and a grunt. And suddenly there is a metallic click. Maze.
Yes.
From beneath the water where you are totally not drowning, there is a rumbling beside you.
He's gonna turn his head in the direction of that.
You turn your head and find that you can suddenly breathe as the water rocks violently and the doors open.
Oh shit.
For about 2 inches and then stop.
He's gonna try to lift himself up.
You lift yourself up, and you find it easy because at this point the cat has lurched off of you toward the door and is frantically clawing at the tiny space between the door, trying to open it.
All right, he's gonna walk up to the door, and I'm gonna proceed to grip his hands on both ends and try to pry it open.
Make a strength check.
All right, that is a 25.
With a 25, the doors begin to give, with a tremble starting to buckle outward.
All right, he's gonna keep going. I think I'm making some leeway here.
You notice, Anna, as he does this, the hair starts to drift downward in a spiral. You thought that the water would be leaving out the door, but it seems that the moment the door opened, the water started draining through the floor. Pridwin, you hear Liam's voice speaking to you. I'm gonna clear this.
How do you mean?
I'm gonna let go.
Wait. Let me grab onto the hot wire first. Pridwin's going to take his hand from Liam and place it on the hot wire so that the energy's flowing through him directly.
It is more concentrated now and even worse. There's an almost grittiness to the strength of the electricity of burning to it. As Liam staggers backward and gasps and lets out a shaky breath. The door should be open.
Yeah, about that. I'm currently opening it.
Pridwin, you try and look over your shoulder through the hole. You hear a grinding and a wrenching and a whole lot of cat noises.
Oh dear. Sounds like my honeymoon.
Just tell all our
Is
secrets,
it-
why don't you? Lunala says in your ear.
But he thought it.
Looks to camera B.
Don't worry about it. I can handle the door. Can I roll another strength check?
Mm-hmm.
That is a 27.
With a 27, there's another metallic grinding sound, and then suddenly the doors wrench open, and you and the cat go tumbling into the next room.
I got it.
Pridwin's going to rush everybody else through.
You release the wires, and all of you go running for the doorway. You find yourselves running into darkness. The next room has no light. And as you barrel through the doors, the last of you finally wrenching your way through the space that Maze has created, they begin to rumble closed violently behind you. And you are swallowed by darkness.
That was unpleasant.
An experience for sure.
Now, as much
what
as
do you
I
think about it?
like being surrounded by darkness, Right.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Pridwin will activate the lamp.
You and
And
Anna
it glows.
both begin to glow. As you do, you hear the crackling of the loudspeakers again. You are not who you are supposed to be. This will not do. This will not do at all. We have greeted you improperly. I must go fetch him. Make good choices. And the crackle of the speaker cuts off.
Wonderful. Well, it
Well.
seems we're not going to get the benefits of them not knowing who we are anymore.
There is another soft rumbling sound, almost mechanical, and you can feel the vibration under your feet as though something is moving. And then you hear an automated voice in the distance. It's hard to make out. It's not in this room that you're hearing it. It's very distant.
I'm gonna try to make out the voice.
Roll perception.
He's gonna
15.
try and make out?
With a
I'm gonna try to
15,
make out.
it is 3 words repeated. Protocol Merlin activated. It continues
Seems like, yeah.
over and over.
Please tell me that doesn't mean they're sending in wizards.
Oh no. Not wizards. Actually, wait, no. I want to fight one.
Suddenly, as you're saying all of this, the glow of your lights, which had yet to touch anything but the floor surrounding you, is overpowered by the glow of those fluorescents above you, and you find yourselves in another room. This room is a perfect square. On each of the 4 walls, there is a large screen. There's a set of doors opposite the doors you came in from. And in the very center of the room, there's a pedestal, which appears to have something on it. Apart from this, there's nothing else in the room.
May as well walk up to the pedestal.
You approach the pedestal. It is a pedestal directly in the center of the room. It rises about 3 feet off of the ground. In the very center of the pedestal, there's a large button. Red. Surrounding the large red button are 4 more buttons. One has a sun on it. One has a flame on it. One has what appears to be a snowflake or an ice symbol on it, and one has a cloud on it.
Puzzle?
A puzzle. Wait, hang on. Could you describe the puzzle again?
Yes. So in the very center of the pedestal, there's a very large red button. At the north, south, east, and west, surrounding the button, are 4 more buttons. A sun, a snowflake, a flame, and a cloud.
Should we press it?
I'm all for not touching anything, Liam says under his breath, looking around the room uncomfortably.
I could destroy it.
I'm feeling more and more like a rat in a cage in here. First time? Katya says, looking at him.
Can't say that I feel any differently.
Is there anything else in this room, or is it just empty?
The pedestal, the buttons, the screens on each wall, and the doors. That's it.
Like TV screens?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. I assume they maybe are going to introduce this puzzle to us.
The screens sit dark.
Alright, we have two options. Force open the door again, or press the button.
I feel like we're not going to get very far if we just continue to force doors open, Minerva says.
I don't mind.
Unfortunately, I think if they took the time to try and put this together, we're probably not going to be able to get through that door without playing their game.
Ah. Alright. Mage is gonna press the button.
Are you sure you want to do that?
Oh, is it gonna kill me? Is it an instant? Is it the button of death and despair?
I'm just asking.
Hmm.
In fact, the button of death and despair.
Alright. Liam, you press the button.
You're the NPC, you're expendable.
Wow, he says! Liam stares at you guys. You all are kind of standing around the pedestal, and he looks at the button. I don't want to press it. You press it.
You press it.
You press it.
Fine, I will. He's first, are the symbols like on a circle around it?
The symbols are each their own button surrounding the main button.
Oh, okay.
So there's 5 buttons total. The center one and the 4 symbols.
I'm gonna press the cloud button.
You press the cloud button. The fluorescent lights above you begin to dim. More and more and more. Until it becomes pitch black.
Are these just brightness settings?
Damn, we ended up in some giant iPhone. Press the fire button.
You press the flame symbol. It starts to get warmer.
Oh, and heat settings. What is this, the sauna?
Are we in a giant air conditioning unit?
And warmer.
Oh, dear God.
And warmer.
He's gonna press the snowflake button.
The heat stops. And then it begins to go back the other direction, dissipating out as a cold chill begins to set into the room.
He's gonna press the final button.
The which button?
The final symbol button.
The one in the final symbol button is the sun.
The sun.
Which
yes. Where's the sun?
the fluorescent lights begin to hum back to life. and they begin turning back to their regular bright setting.
So these buttons seem to correlate with each other.
They correlate with the state of the room.
What do you think, Liam? Wait, or were you?
What if you just pushed them all at once?
Maze presses them all at once.
Just the symbol buttons or all of them?
Just the symbol buttons.
You press all 4 of the symbol buttons at once. There is a soft rumbling sound from somewhere beyond the walls. And a wind begins to pick up around you. Uncomfortably so, almost like when you're in a storm and a cell hits cold air meeting warm air and the sky begins to turn green. It's a very unsettling feeling. There's a staticness to the air. It gives you a sense of foreboding.
Well, that did nothing particularly useful.
I could press the center button.
I mean, that seems... We should probably figure out what they all do, so why not?
He presses it.
You press the center button. On the screens, a number appears. In green font. 30. And then it begins changing. 29. 28.
Okay, so we have to press the
27.
right button.
26.
Okay. Okay. He's gonna press the fire button.
25. 24. 23.
Maybe it's just a countdown.
22.
He's gonna
21.
press the cold button.
20.
He's
19.
gonna press the dark button.
18.
The cloud button.
17.
He's gonna
16. As it
Gonna
hits
press the final
15,
button, the sun
the text color changes to yellow. 14. 13.
Okay. I'm gonna press
12.
the cloud button and then the cold button.
11. 10.
Somebody help me here.
9.
Watching the countdown.
8. 7. Liam slams his hand on the center button just as the text begins to turn red and alarms in the distance begin to blare. And as he does, the screen changes. 30. 29. 28. 27. 26.
Press the fire and
25.
cloud button.
24.
And he's gonna press the center button.
30. 29. 28.
Okay.
27. 26.
I'm afraid we're
Do
causing
something,
some sort of
Liam says,
environmental
looking at you
pollution.
guys. 24. 23. 22.
Okay. Okay. He's gonna press
21.
the cloud and fire button
20.
and press the middle button.
19. You press the center button.
Yeah.
Goes back to 30. 29. 28. 27.
Fire and sun, press middle button.
30. 29. 28.
Yeah, I'm all out of ideas.
I still think
27.
we should just let the counter hit 0.
26. 25. 24. What if something bad happens when it does? 21.
As if something bad wouldn't happen
20.
anyways if we didn't
19.
if we did do something.
18.
All right.
17.
Cloud button
16.
and sun button, and he's just gonna let it sit.
13. 12. 11. 10. 9. 8. 7. The numbering turns red and you hear the alarms begin to ring in the background. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. The room goes dark. And you hear a hissing sound.
Goodwin turns his light on.
You turn your light back on. It's a dim glow. Doesn't even seem to touch the entirety of the room. And you hear something. Rasping in the background. The cat lets out a hiss and then begins hacking.
Oh.
You hear 9 past the edge of your light near where the cat's coughing. No. No. Bad cloud. No.
Goodwin's gonna move over to them.
You start moving in their direction, and the edge of your light hits something. A discoloration in the air. It has a sort of purplish red hue to it. It begins creeping closer and closer to you. Behind you, you hear Minerva start to cough. What the fuck? The cat is no longer making any noise.
Oh.
What's happening? Katya says, backing towards the pedestal.
That's what I would like to know.
Pridwin? Lunala says, backing up with her.
I'm not sure.
The cloud is creeping closer and closer to you.
Goodwin's gonna hit all the buttons at once to do that big purge sequence thing that it did.
You turn back towards the pedestal and start pressing all the buttons at once. The buttons don't depress. Beside you, you hear Lunala start coughing. Maze, you start feeling it then. It reminds you of men in white coats. The stuff they used to shove up your nose before they'd start prodding at you. Anna, Judah has backed up to the pedestal at this point, her eyes wide as she looks around. The edge of your field of light begins to fill with that purplish red cloud as it wafts towards you. Katya begins coughing. Minerva's not coughing anymore. Neither is 9, but Liam has started at this point. Fuck, you hear him say between coughs. He puts a hand on your shoulder, steadying himself, Pridwin. That's when you begin to smell it. It's an off-putting sweet smell that leaves a dry, off-putting taste in your mouth. You begin feeling drowsy.
You know, at times like this, I ask myself one simple, very easy to understand question. Why didn't we bring the wind guy?
Great question. Could not answer that for you.
Brian would have been so helpful in this room.
It's because he wasn't available.
Y'all can harass him about it later. He would have finally been useful. You hear Judah mumbling drowsily as her fingers loosen on their grip of you, Anna. No, I don't want to go back to the dentist. And she drops to the floor.
Wait, Katya.
Katya's not making any noise. Her body is past the edge of the light. Pridwin, your wife staggers beside you and then collapses against your side.
I mean,
All right,
I have a potentially very easy solution, but I don't think I'll be allowed to actually use it.
Oh?
I'm listening.
Pridwin can just make water. We can breathe underwater. The gas will just dissipate. I just don't think I'm going to be allowed to do that.
I'm not stopping you.
I mean, Pridwin's... He would have done this way before any of this started happening, once he realized the gas was fucking us up. Or there in the first place.
Maze places his hand on Pridwin's shoulder. I think we're cooked.
Would I be allowed to do that at that point, or is it already too late?
I will allow it.
Pridwin is going to use the classic, everybody's favorite, water wall, and then he's going to activate. He's going to call out to everybody. Everyone, weapon forms.
The people who are still conscious immediately shift into their weapon forms.
And then he's going to huddle everybody together, throw the wall up around them, and then activate water breathing on all the partners.
You do so. Noticeably, there are several people missing, the ones that got hit by it early. But for the most part, your quick thinking seems to have worked. The coloration outside of the water shifts. For a long moment, it's the only thing you can see outside of the water wall. Anna, what were you going to say?
I was just making a quick quip about socks being wet.
I just dried them, and here we go! My emergency socks are wet. My original socks are wet.
She did make a note to pack socks for at least the one for the hiking area, so...
You know what? You're right.
This is a consistent theme.
You're right. The extra sock gang. Finally, the coloration outside of your water wall seems to have shifted, fading back into that normal darkness. Do you release your ability?
Um, I think he would wait a few moments just to make sure, and then he would disperse it.
You do so.
And I would imagine, as a field medic, he would have smelling salts on him.
I would say you definitely do.
He's going to go around and he's going to begin administering them to the unconscious people.
You move towards Katya. It only takes her a short moment to come out of it, and she comes out swinging at you.
Katya? No, it's me.
She diverts from punching you directly in the helmet, gasping for air. Her expression angry. Minerva also comes out of it swinging, which doesn't surprise you at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, Judah not so much. Judah stretches and looks around groggily.
All right. So that was fun.
As you approach Ivanka and Nine, you hear the speakers humming to life again. Except this time it isn't the assistant that's speaking through them. As the lights hum back to life, and the room goes from pure darkness to a dim amber glow, you hear a male's voice. Need to switch my music out. Hold on just a second. I actually have to go to the bathroom really quick.
Oh, okay. Damn scientists.
I just realized I was still muted.
Oh, have you have you been muted?
Yeah.
I was wondering why they was so quiet in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
that feeling. Happens to the best of us,
Truly.
truly.
Hey,
Got about 40 minutes till work, so I've just been preparing for that.
Understandable. Uh, I just found an image that perfectly encapsulates Apollyon.
Okay, sorry, I was dying.
You're all good.
I
that is
inhaled a cup of coffee before I came down here.
literally Apollyon.
Literally Apollyon.
Yeah, that that is accurate. It's painfully accurate.
Yeah. Yeah, my
Okay,
Instagram feed spoke to me.
you guys ready to get back into this?
Yes.
All right. So, as the lights begin to warm and reheat themselves and the room reappears, you hear a male voice coming over the speakers, a voice that is not unfamiliar to several of you.
Well. It seems the rhizostomas just can't seem to keep themselves from sticking their nose in business that they have no reason to take part in.
Immediately, you see both Liam and Katya go rigid.
And is that Death's little prodigy with you?
Katya, realizing a bit of her red hair is sticking out, curses under her breath and quickly shoves it back into her hood.
Not who he was referring to.
Oh,
Anna?
Yeah.
oh no.
And considering that the academy isn't banging down my door, I would wager that you failed to mention this little excursion to them. Well, fortunately for me, while I do commend you making it this far, you have made that major mistake. And it seems the extra muscle you've brought with you is far from the full group that I recall.
Miz is just
So,
looking around awkwardly.
it's it seems we are at quite the impasse.
Lunala, glancing around the group, murmurs uncomfortably, "What do we do?" Liam doesn't say a word. He's standing completely rigid, and you can see a tremor running through his fingers.
Well, I for one was hoping we could just skip to the part where I punch you in the face.
You make it all the way to me. Your strength is certainly extraordinary, but I would not consider you a reasonable threat. Although I do not doubt your confidence. You know, the offer still stands, although I know the valiant knights of the Rhizostomas would not dare to consider such a thing. The rest of you could still leave here in one piece. After all, it is them that I would want more than any of you.
Hmm. He looks over to Liam. I'm not a big fan of the offer, to be honest.
The
You'd
offer
have to
never really seemed
really.
interesting.
Judah is making the face that all the fairies do when they are around Excalibur. I don't want to be here anymore, she says under her breath.
Yeah, I kind of want to just, leave in the one direction. By, going in one direction and just keep going in that direction. No matter what's in our way.
Why don't you ever take me anywhere nice, she says, looking around the room for another way out.
We were at Appalachia last week.
I wouldn't call that nice.
You're right.
Guys.
Had a nice date in a horrible nightmare.
What are we doing? Lunala says uneasily.
That is a great question. Well, let's see. We could bust down that door, tear apart this facility, follow with your little game, but we will not be taking your deal. Thank you very much.
Really? No takers. The promise of money not enough for you? The promise of your lives, even? Please don't tell me that all of you are the goody two-shoe types.
Is
it the-
Sorry.
Is it the greater good that you want?
Cute.
Maze is sitting next to Anna, also laughing.
I could waffle on about the nobility of what I'm doing, but I sincerely doubt that simpletons like you would even care. So, I will reiterate the offer. We do this the easy way, or we do this the hard way. And while I would much prefer the easy way, I am more than happy to have you do more work for me. And besides, I can't exactly go having Death's favorite child tattling off about my work now, can I?
Still can't tell if he means me.
Did you say that out loud?
Whispering it to Maze.
Yeah, I don't really know either. I'm kind of new here. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know, man. I just work here.
To be honest, I just tagged along for fun.
I mean, yes, I am going to tattle. There is a report that's already been filled out. Mostly.
Mostly.
Listen, I just really want to punch some dudes in the face. That's really the only reason I'm here.
Honestly, I feel like punching a few dudes in the face would be fun, and probably wholeheartedly good for us right now.
Yeah.
I feel like any deal we make with this guy, it's going to have some sort of unintended consequences.
And for some reason, really against me punching them in the face.
Yeah.
You hear through your inner link, Anna, Pridwin, all of you that can dual resonate, you hear Liam say, "He's not going to make this easy. Do not underestimate him." His fingers trace his jawline beneath the mask.
Ever said anything about this being easy? But before we go any further, you're the one that wants to talk to him eventually. Or just stab him. So
Leaning more towards the stabbing option, he says to you through the link.
the more I get to know him, I agree.
You have no idea, Katya says.
Are you guys doing that weird mind reading thing?
Yes, Minerva and Lunala say, turning to look at you. I'm just imagining fucking Victor is standing there, and like they're all just standing there staring at each other. Once again, not saying anything, and then Maze just starts talking.
You really do like to waste my valuable time, don't you?
Yes.
I mean, you're here talking to us.
Very well. It sounds like we'll do things the hard way. No
The
matter.
fun way.
I needed to get some spring cleaning done anyways. Here, I'll even open the first door for you.
The door on the outer wall beneath the screens slides open freely. And the white glow of fluorescent lights invades the room from outside, leading into a hallway.
I would say I'll see you soon, but we'll see how far you get. Just
Yeah, whatever.
try to stay in one piece. I would like to dissect you myself.
Ooh, is that a challenge?
That sounds like a challenge. Do you think the scalpel could even make its way through my skin? He says to Anna.
Knowing you, yes, but at some point, he's just going to find more and more blood.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like a Mary Poppins bag of viscera.
Oops, all blood.
All right. Well, at least whatever kids game he's throwing at us.
I bet you it's another cat, another prisoner. And the cat won't be as easy to convince this time. Or maybe a bugbear, you know?
A
And
what?
not like medieval bugbear, I mean like a bug bear. Praying mantis with bear.
I'm pretty
Size.
sure we've already fought a bugbear before.
Yeah?
I do my best to forget what happened in Russia.
Okay.
So, what are you guys doing?
I guess we're gonna press forward.
Yeah.
Are you gonna wake the child and the cat up?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would rather not leave them in a laboratory room alone.
Oh. Yeah.
You walk over with the smelling salts and go to wake Ivanka up, and she comes out swinging.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
You narrowly dodge the cat and go to wake the child, who does not come out swinging but immediately starts sobbing.
Pritwood will do his best to comfort her.
You pick up the small child, kind of cradling her. The cat growls angrily at you, but calms down shortly afterwards.
Wait, what?
Did you hear that?
Huh?
Did you hear that?
Hear what?
I just heard a thud and the dogs are growling.
Oh shit.
I mean, it sounded like it came from the couch again.
Odd.
Weird.
I don't hear it, you know. I don't know what that was. We'll just ignore it for now.
Yeah. The dogs don't seem too bothered by it anymore.
Anyways. So, you guys, walk out into the hallway?
Yes.
Yeah.
You enter the hallway and are greeted with the awful, brilliant lighting again. As you progress forwards, you look around and you notice that this is actual lab, it looks like. You can see things on the walls that look more akin to a laboratory. Different fire exit maps, schematics, actual decor, and things that make this place feel more homey, if that makes sense. And as you guys are walking forward, you actually see two decorative statues on either side of the hallway. They're facing each other. They appear to be like life-sized replicas of big cats, standing proudly, almost like coat of arms style, if that makes sense. The hallway opens up past these statues into a sort of common area and then splits off in 4 directions at a crossroads.
Well, which way do you think we should go first?
Beats me. What do you guys want to do?
Does it split off into 4 directions, including the direction we came from, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're approaching in one of the 4 hallways, and then there's the kind of central common area, and then there are 4 offshoots from the central commons.
Any objections to going left?
Honestly,
I don't mind.
when this whole place moves, I wouldn't be surprised if we wind up wherever he wants us, regardless.
Anybody want to roll a perception check?
Sure. 12.
Anna's on the ball thing.
That's a 6.
Oh damn! What the fuck?
Jesus.
That's the second 6 in a row.
The second 20 for Anna.
Maze,
Yeah.
God.
you think you hear footsteps coming from the right of you, the direct right.
Mm-hmm.
Anna, you, however, hear other things from behind you as you guys are standing just at the entrance to the commons. You hear a metallic shifting, like metal against metal, like a blade running from a sheath, and you hear what sounds like an inhale.
Behind us.
What? Maze turns around.
You turn to look as the two statues that are facing each other, the metal begins to fragment and shift, coming apart as the eyes open and then the mouth opens as it inhales, its head slowly turning to look at you. The opposite lion doing the same. As the metal fragments further down its shoulders, you can see the cybernetics mingling with flesh. And as it lifts a paw, flexing the digits, its claws, metallic sheaths like knife points extending, as it grips the edge of the pedestal it's sitting on and takes a step forward in your direction.
Here are a few of my less satisfactory products. Perhaps you can take care of them for me.
I need all of you to roll initiative.
Maze is
Yippee.
actually. Maze is excited again. He has a big old smile on his face. He finally gets to hit something.
The urge to punch.
The urge to commit violence.
Oh god.
Making a lame
Oh.
reference here, but as she's seeing these things move, Anna's just gonna go, I am the keymaster.
Oh my god.
Nope, didn't work.
Damn.
Okay, well.
Did they roll bad?
No, Liam and Minerva did.
Oh.
Oh no! No, they did not roll bad at all. Okay, sort. Oh,
We're gonna have to fight a giant marshmallow after this.
When someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes.
okay, so I have a few discrepancies because I have 3 people who rolled the same thing, and I have 2 people who rolled the same thing.
Oh.
Oh god.
So, Anna, I need you to counter roll.
Okay, give me a second.
I think we might be good.
Just a little bit.
11.
Okay, so you're going first, so I'm gonna put you here. I need Maze to counter roll as well.
Alright. That is a 10.
LOL. And that's gonna put him here. Okay, that should sort that out. Okay. Alright. We're going to begin with the person who critted.
Oh no.
Well,
Anna, the lion is coming down off of the pedestal, and you being the first one that notices it, you are immediately targeted. I need you to roll to dodge. Oh, Jesus fuck.
mm.
Do I? Would you like me to take that hit for you? Would
Oh
you?
no, did Anna die?
Oh no.
Oh, Anna's dead.
Anna's cosplaying
No.
as her character right now, because that's the second crit that I've rolled for this lion.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh
One.
no.
Would you like me to take the hit? Would you?
Pridwin, it's your
appreciate
decision.
that?
Are you taking it or not?
I think, considering the consequences
see
will probably be worse.
A massive
take it.
lion lunging directly at Judah before Judah can pull the bowstring back.
Yeah, I'm going for the good old-fashioned Dark Souls parry.
Oh, yeah.
The mouth that should latch around Judah's throat instead catches directly on Lunala's arm as she uses you to block the attack, barely having time to slide in between. You are going to take... This is gonna hurt because
Take
it was
half of whatever this is.
yeah, you're lucky it's half, because this is gonna be a very scary number. So instead of 92 points of damage, you're taking 46.
Thank God.
Oof.
Its second attack, it is going to swing directly at you because you're in its way. Roll to dodge.
Hey, that's the natural 20.
Okay, you
Oh,
are
yo.
you are going to get to parry this.
Oh yeah. Do I roll to hit or does it automatically hit?
Roll to hit on your parry.
All right. 17.
You are going to hit.
Basic attack damage. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. We add our strength total, right? Not the plus number.
The total strength.
Okay. Yeah. So that's gonna be 63 points of bludgeoning damage.
Nice. To this lion.
As the lion like bites down on the shield, Lunala shoves it back, and as it rears for another attack, she just fucking like bashes the side of its face.
She gives it a growl of her own as she does this, her teeth baring animalistically, her features looking more and more sharp. Anna, it is going to be your turn. I know you're at work, so if you need to type it to me, you can. If she's alive. We
Then-
might come back to Anna's turn.
Rest in
We might. Rest in peace.
Coming in from the side as you're doing this bash. Oh, Jesus Christ, they both rolled low. This is hilarious. So the lion, as Lunala bashes it, almost immediately, it gets sent flying to the side as Katya comes flying in from the side and roundhouse kicks it.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Do you have Katya's stats
Yeah.
on your sheet still?
I don't know if they're up to date, but I do have a version of her stats.
She has a 20 strength, right?
Yeah.
I'll just add to that normal with this, which is going to do this. With just a normal attack, she is going to deal 25 points of damage.
Oof.
Which puts us here. And it will be the second lion's turn. Maze
Yes.
is a big kitty. Is a big kitty, and it is trying to bite you. Roll to dodge.
Natural 20.
Oh, you're gonna parry that.
Do I just roll to hit?
Yeah.
Okay. That is a 16.
Stop rolling sevens! Okay, well, you're gonna hit.
Don't forget to hot swap to the Hornet Ring before you do your riposte.
Oh yeah. I got. All right, so that's
Jesus.
So that's. Hold on. It's a basic attack damage.
So your
Okay.
roll plus strength.
All right. So that is that's a natural 20 for damage.
Oh!
I don't know how I got.
Oh god.
He literally just bloodborne visceral.
Yeah, that's kind of
and
how
then
I'm
plus
imagining this looks.
Yeah, that is max damage. So 60 points of damage on the basic attack as he just sort of like Radagon swipes the fucking attack away and then stabs it with the katana.
Golden parry.
As you're stabbing it, it is going to go for a second bite at you. Roll another dodge.
Okay.
At disadvantage because
is-
you're, stabbing it.
Yeah, okay. That is a 5.
You're gonna take that hit. Up close and personal, you're going to be taking... 32 points of damage.
Oh, okay.
As you're up close and personal with this thing, and it manages to swipe at you with a claw, catches you on the shoulder, dragging the knife claws down you. Mace,
All right.
it's your turn.
All right. Excitedly, he's going to. Oh, I could. Oh, wait to use that. Okay. I'm going to use. Start cheaper. I'm going to use reckless attack, so I'm going to get advantage.
Okay.
It's going to be. Okay. So I'm gonna roll a hit. I don't know what my dice are on today. I shit you not. I just rolled with advantage, but I rolled a natural 20.
Oh my god. Face is locked in.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
That is.
Well, he's not dodging it, so...
Oh, hold on. Okay, so it's hold on, do 2d20 That's that times 2. Hold on. That's 126 points of damage on
Jesus.
the attack. As I assume that the sword already stabbed into the beast. He just sort of fucking
Twists
cleaves
it.
it out of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want you to know that Lion 2's health is at a funny number right now.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Oh yes.
That's all that's important. It just made me giggle. That is all. Behind you guys, Ivanka lets out a low warning growl and steps in between 9 and the rest of you defensively. Ivanka is not taking a turn and is holding an action. Pridwin.
That's fair.
That's fair.
Should
Should I be funny?
I mean, it's your decision.
I mean, considering Anna's not here, it might be a waste of a turn. I was considering dropping the war banner, but that would mean that Anna would have to make 2 turns when they got back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry about that. Had to
You're good.
You're okay.
change shit and all that. What I miss? Other than big hit.
Pridwin took the hit for you, managed to drop it down to a pretty respectable number.
Okay.
And then Maze walked
Maze
in.
proceeded to beat the other loving fuck out of the lion.
That's good.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in and out, so
You're fine. Do you want to take your
You're
turn
good.
before Prid does?
real quick, whatever it may be, I'm just going to unload on these things. I have to hope for a good reset later.
Go ahead and do your rolls.
Okay.
He rolled a
I'm
19
going to
to
do the
dodge.
simple. We're going to roll simple rapid fire.
Okay.
And that's a 6 to hit, so. Yeah.
He is going to dodge. Puts us back at Pridwin.
So would you like to go again?
Sure.
Sure!
Immediately Pridwin's gonna drop the war banner. And I'm going to reorder combat. I'm going to allow Anna to go, then Maze.
Okay, so hold on. We're putting Anna at the top of the list now.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna put her at 20. Then Maze at a 19.
Then I'm gonna have all the friendly NPCs go.
So
I think that's just Liam and Minerva, and then
18, 17, 16. Putting Pridwin you at 15.
yeah, Pridwin will be going last in terms of friendly, and then I'm gonna place the hostiles down towards the bottom.
Alright. Turn order reorganized.
I'll make the most injured one go dead last. That'll give us the most time to burn it down.
That's how I placed them.
Thank you.
And that does that restart the turn order immediately?
Yes.
Okay, so then it will be on and back at the top. So whenever you want to roll, just let me know what you're doing and what your rolls are.
god, I don't remember where War Banner is.
Oh,
I'm just trying to find the cost.
Where the hell did you put it?
I don't
I can't
know.
even find it.
I can't find it either, and I know for certain.
Oh,
it's
there it
in
is.
here.
I found it. The cost is 9.
Where is it? Okay, thank you.
It's down underneath Rising Tides and before Moonwaltz.
Ah!
It's like on page 12.
My iPad does not show pages, which
Oh,
is
sorry.
what makes it so difficult.
I forgot about that.
Here we go. All right. Oh god. There we go.
I'm gonna hold Anna's turn again. So I will put a 1 in there. Making it Maze.
all right. Maze is going to. Let's see. I will. Be funny. Okay. I am going to use. Look. I'm just gonna basic attack it.
Okay.
That's a 9 to hit.
Well, he rolled a nat 1, so.
Oh, damn.
Well.
Oh my god.
Well.
Maze is
That
just
is-
fucking eviscerating this poor cat.
Cat didn't even do nothing, bro.
He's literally on top of it like a fucking hunter from Left 4 Dead.
Maze is more of a beast than the beast.
God.
I just want you to
That is
know
a
that
shit-
Ivanka is watching all of this and is not a fan of you anymore. Ivanka doesn't like you.
Listen, Maze just had to lock in. That is 51 points of damage on the basic attack.
Okay. Just gonna put him
And that'll be my
here.
turn.
And it goes to Katya, who is going to... Let's see here. Katya's gonna hold an action as you notice her and Liam and Minerva are murmuring something to each other quietly. They appear to be scheming.
Oh.
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 So she's gonna hold her action, and Liam and Minerva are gonna hold their action. Ivanka's not fighting, which puts it at Pridwin.
Oh boy. Let me see what Pridwin's gonna pull from his funny bag of tricks.
Mm.
In the interest of trying to conserve some of my
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in the interest of conserving some of my FP, I'm just gonna go for a basic attack on the cat that's trying to assail Anna.
That would be number 1. Rolled it.
With a C. 19!
Match goes to the defender.
Fuck.
Cat is going to go after you because you swung at it. Roll dodge. Okay, well.
Oh? 13?
Yeah, he's not going to hit you with the first attack. What about the second? Jesus fuck, man!
10.
You're going in timeout. Where's my timeout tray? Come here! Sit down.
Did you see the dice tuck chair that I posted?
Yeah.
No, but it belongs there. Alright, come here.
It's literally a chair that you use to force the dice to watch you roll other dice. It's hilarious.
Well, this one is in the jail that you made for me, so... Alright, Lion 2 is going to go after Maze again. Maze, roll to dodge.
Alright.
Does a
12.
14 hit? Yeah, it does.
Yes.
Alright, it is going to try and bite you, doing... math. Doing math.
At least it's kind of
Doing 30 points of damage.
Alright. And I'm gonna use Manji Kick on him as a reaction.
Do you get a reaction?
Yes, I get a reaction twice per combat for Manji Kick.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah. So the damage is that is 52 points of damage. Jesus.
Okay, and that's
His
going to be
strike
the
was
Lion 2.
All right.
It was 52?
Yes.
Just going to put him here. He's going to make his second attack. Roll to dodge, but good luck.
4.
Yeah, you're going to get hit with this because he critted.
Ah.
Do you want me to eat that for you?
Yeah, actually, that would kind of be nice.
Pridwin's gonna shield him from the darkness.
Yay.
I will be taking half of whatever he was gonna.
Okay,
Thank you.
so instead of 96 points, you're going to take 48.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Alright.
thank you.
You're welcome.
It goes for the throat, and once again, Lunala manages to slide her way in and take the dodge, just as you started to see your life flash before your eyes, Maze.
You said it was 48?
48, 48.
Alright. Okay. That's a little scary.
Just a little bit.
Anna, are you alive? Anna! Damn, I can't believe Anna's dead.
Damn it.
Man.
Down. Can't believe this.
Now that we're back at the top of the turn order, I will add, you do not see Katya anywhere. Katya has disappeared.
Okay.
Maze.
Alright. He is going to basic attack.
Okay.
That is a...
Going after
19 to hit.
Lion 2. Oh, you barely got that.
Barely.
He rolled an 18.
Oh shit, just barely. Sweet.
Yeah.
Alright, damage time. That is another 51 points of damage.
Minus 51.
As he does an overhead strike right on it.
Okay. Pridwin, you're being bitten by Lion 2 right now. So you, in your shield form, are close enough to see the movement as something impacts Lion 2 from behind. And she is going to... Oh my god.
Oh.
Katya critted.
Oh.
Oh,
And she's sneak attacking, so...
our team locked in so hard. What the fuck?
So that's gonna
Is she
be...
copying one of Minerva's abilities?
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
Oh.
This. And this. And this. And then she's doing this. Let's see, I gotta go on Pridwin's sheet, hold on.
By the 9.
Let's see, I have to roll this. And then I need this stage. Yeah. So, you watch as Katya, twirling a weapon in her fingers, drives a blade, a dagger, straight down in between the lion's shoulder blades. And there's a moment where you hear this mechanical, almost grinding horror sound, and the lion's eyes go static for a moment as there is a burst of electricity. The lion staggers, and Katya flicks her wrist to the side, and Minerva flashes back into her human form. Katya's hand is singed just a bit. As she is standing on top of the lion staggers and then stumbles and collapses at Lunala's feet.
Holy shit.
Oh shit.
Huh.
Pridwin. There is a cybernetic lion lying unmoving at your feet, and there's a second lion that is looking hungrily at Anna and Judah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the Pridwin's job is to keep that thing from eating anyone else, so he's gonna go for another basic attack on it.
I miss being the only cat, Lunala says. Rolled a hit. Okay, well that's a 3 again, so...
That's a natural 20.
Oh my god. These cats had a bad day. They had a really bad day.
No, they just had a bad matchup.
Don't worry, dear. You'll always be the better cat. Oh.
They were cooked the moment they went up against a bunch of psychopaths.
Yeah. Imagine literally getting created, being told you're not good enough, being made to stand like a statue, and then the one time you try and prove yourself, you get absolutely, like, shat on.
Yeah.
Hang on,
Mace.
I've got to do the crit damage. Okay, 116 points of damage.
The moment Maze saw them, he locked the fuck in.
Was that a basic attack?
Lunala's definitely breaking this thing's jaw.
Yeah. It's not looking too good. It actually staggers back from you and whines in pain. Its jaw hanging loose, actually disconnected on one side. The animatronics sparking and whirring and blood and flesh tearing with the motion. A strange mixture of actual creature blood and a strange bluish liquid dripping onto the floor.
I'm starting to feel a little bad.
It growls under its breath and staggers backwards, never turning its back on you towards the pedestal. What do you guys want to do?
I mean, that's Pridwin's turn, so...
It would move back to the top of the turn order.
If Anna's here.
If Anna's here. Apparently there are a lot of people coming in today.
Yeah. Damn.
It really...
Sorry, guys.
You're okay.
Don't worry about it.
Work has started off pretty strong.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Today was Super Bowl day, so it's gonna be a little chaotic everywhere.
Yeah.
So glad I'm not at work.
Yeah,
I'm glad I don't work at the bar anymore.
I'm glad I don't work nights on the weekends. And you know what? This thumb injury saved me from Super Bowl day.
Thanks for reminding me that that might be another reason why I'm going to dealing with a lot.
Good old Super Bowl. Anyways, so the cat is staggering away from you guys. What do you want to do?
It's on you, Anna. Oh, unless they're not here.
Okay, recap for the last 10 minutes.
Recap for the last 10 minutes. You guys beat the ever-living fuck out of these lions. Katya did some fuck shit and knocked one lion completely out. The second lion got absolutely fucked by Pridwin and Lunala and is now backing away from all of you. And Pridwin said he feels bad.
Anna's going to hop out of weapon form real quick and just stand down.
You hop out of weapon
See
form.
what it does.
The lion looks at you, and you see for a moment it kind of has a hungry look in its eyes as it looks at the much smaller you. And then it limps forward and staggers up, slipping and falling the first time, but making it the second, onto the pedestal. And slowly runs 2 circles around the pedestal and then sits and whimpers, its jaw hanging lopsided as its eyes move back to the other pedestal.
May as well also de-engage from combat. Disengage.
It lets out a sad growl.
He misses his doorkeeper.
Is the one that he was originally fighting, is it unconscious or is it just dead?
You're not sure. Do you want to look at it?
Sure.
You crouch down next to the massive lion that is lying on the ground. As you tilt your head and examine it, it exhales and ruffles at your hair a little bit. It is definitely leaking blood and that blue liquid all over the place. But from what you can tell, the cybernetics aren't, like, whirring like they were a moment ago.
You were formidable. He will, stand. He'll be like, yeah, I don't really want to kill these guys. Should we help them escape too?
Pridwin will nod.
What are we making, a zoo? Minerva says.
You know, I am a big fan of lions, so I don't mind this.
The lion, the big, the lion that's on the pedestal gives an uncomfortable growl as it starts licking at its wounds.
Yeah. Should we treat them?
Pridwin will attempt to administer medical aid to the unconscious lion.
Bridwin, you look
maybe
at the cybernetic lion laying on the ground. You have no idea what the fuck you're doing. Like, you understand basic anatomy of, animals, sort of. But, like, this is a lot.
He's got healing magic. Try and give it healing water.
maybe
I
Liam
mean, he's not going to be able to fix the mechanical parts, but at least he can keep it from, like, bleeding out.
Liam, you know robots and stuff. Maybe you can help repair him enough so he won't die.
Are you saying this out loud?
Yeah.
Victor,
Mm-hmm.
you hear this. You hear this very clearly.
You hear initially the speakers key up and the beginning of a sigh, as if to express incredible disdain for the amount of compassion which is occurring. But suddenly, at the mention of that name, he says, My.
Fuck.
My own son has returned to me.
Maze is face palming at himself.
Fuck, Liam says under his breath and glares in your direction.
Yeah, that was my
One is rather remarkable too. You didn't bring me more gifts, did you?
Katya gives an emphatic middle finger in the direction she can only assume the camera is.
And here I thought I was going to have a bad day. This is the best luck that I have had in a very, very long time. And by the looks of it, it's all thanks to my dear son. Finally returned to me after all these years.
Liam's hand is trembling again at his side, but he doesn't say anything.
Emma's
Katya,
gonna make the most inappropriate joke into the team's resonant, whatever it is,
the dual resonance.
dual resonance. I guess the cat's out of the bag.
That's my bad.
Goodwin visibly rolls his eyes.
Maze, he's gonna stand up and put his hand on Liam's shoulder, and he'll say to him, Face, what made you flee all those years ago? Become stronger for it.
Liam shrugs out from under your hand, his jaw tensing and tightening, his fingers digging into the pad of his palm. Come on, he says. I have an appointment with the doctor.
Alright.
Well, if you're done dawdling, wasting my time with all this compassion, I would love to get a better examination of you lot.
What now? Lunala says under her breath. You guys are standing there in the corridor. What do you guys want to do?
Well, I do want to make sure that these guys don't die.
Once Fredwin has administered what care he can and has confirmed whether or not they're stable, he will get up and nod to the group and start moving.
Maze will have been kneeling down and sort of petting the lion.
The one on the ground?
Yeah.
It heaves a deep breath after drinking Pridwin's healing water, and its mechanical eyes whir back to life.
Hello, friend. You were very strong.
It growls at you immediately and opens its mouth to bite you.
Oh, he puts his arm out to block it. Feisty creature, I've become quite fond of you.
You block the bite, and the cat is surprised you are not aggressing, and looks at you, like, it bites your arm that you block with, and then it just looks at you really confused.
He's going to use his other hand to pet the lion.
You pet it, and it kind of does that. I don't know if I can find the gif, but you know the gif of the cat when it's like, when somebody gives me love and affection, and it turns slowly and looks at the hand petting it, and looks horrified like that. That's what I'm imagining this cat does.
I like you. Would you like to be friend?
The cat growls confusedly.
You're my friend now.
You're my friend now. I like you. Would you?
Tacos lady.
Yes.
The cat on the pedestal, noticing the movement of the other one, leaps down and limps toward it, moves beside it, and tries to nudge it onto its feet.
I want to get you guys out of here.
The other cat growls and leans on it as it staggers up. I mean, they don't look great. They're pretty fucked up after what you guys did.
Yeah, we did kind of lock in on them. Maybe we can get you guys repaired, but I do want to get you guys out of here, alive, hopefully. Alright guys, I have made friends.
One of the less injured of the two slowly looks over and spots 9 and licks at its lips. Ivanka lets out a loud hiss, and the two cats kind of do the bear meme where he like looks one way and then looks the other way. That's kind of what they both do.
Maze like snaps his fingers. He says, "No, that's friend, not food."
This fucker. It's literally what both of them do.
Friend, not food.
They are doing their best not to make eye contact with the scary hairless cat.
Alright, now follow me.
You guys are standing in the center room now. All of you together. There are 4 directions. What do you want to do?
I heard some noises over in the right direction.
I suppose we could go just in case.
Alright. Maze begins to lead down that direction.
Works for me. Don't hear anything else at the moment.
You guys start walking. I need to check something. Where did I put her? Am I going crazy? I just can't find my notes on something real quick, and it's driving me nuts.
Oh.
Give me just a second.
Oh, good.
What the fuck, Richard?
What the fuck is a kilometer?
Where is it? Seriously. Was it in this one? Oh my god, I'm like crashing out right now. Where the fuck did I put it? There it is. Motherfucker. Sorry. I could not remember for the life of me.
You're good.
So, you guys start walking. And as you do, you hear something strange ahead of you further down the pathway.
Oh.
Maze, you're the first one to recognize it. You hear music. Like, a low bass line starting that sounds familiar to you.
Oh. Did I roll memory?
I don't think you need to.
Oh.
After all, I think Maze would recognize this music anywhere.
Oh.
Holy shit, is that Hatsune Miku?
As you're walking, the music becomes more and more clear. The bass line ramping up into a song that you are all too familiar with. And then you hear the familiar voice of your idol cutting in, beginning to sing with the tune.
Oh. A single tear drops down his cheek.
Ahead of you, almost as if it should be on a stage, but it's in the center of the hallway, you see a figure dancing. The same moves you know, the same moves you've memorized, choreographed yourself dancing to. You see 3 figures. One in the front and 2 in the back. And they're all dancing, and the music seems to be emanating from around them. What the fuck is happening? Katya says from behind you.
Dear God. Trent's like Maze is just walking in that direction.
We lost him!
Like a sailor to the siren song.
This is definitely a trap, right? Liam says to Minerva.
This is obviously a trap.
Should we be doing something about that? She says, pointing at Maze, who's like being pulled down the hallway. Maze, you start getting closer, and the figure turns and points at you as if she's pointing to the crowd.
I'm just imagining the entire party's trying to pull him back, but he's too strong. They're like piled up on him, walking forward.
Literally everybody trying to just dig their heels in and stop you as you're staggering towards what appears to be your idol, Yukiro Ino. The two figures behind her have their backs to you until they turn, and you see, Maze, they also are exact copies of Yukiro Ino.
What the hell?
I had the idea of trying to replace important figures in history with mechanical analogs for the purposes of shifting things in a favorable direction. Unfortunately, they never did turn out quite right.
He slowly turns towards where the voice is coming from, and he says, "You thought you could recreate her perfection?"
Thought? My boy, I succeeded. Unfortunately, well, I never could quite get the human warmth part, but that's not really important anyhow.
Maze is going to instantly go for a basic attack on one of them.
As you do, the lead Yukiro changes the grip on the microphone she's holding, and it immediately shifts, sharp edges protruding out of it, into a blade as she goes to counter your attack. Roll.
That is a 12.
She, rather than getting hit, counters and drives the knife directly into your chest.
Oh, did I forget to mention? I made these ones for assassination work.
Maze, you take 45 points of damage as she drives this blade deep into your chest, still smiling at you in the same warm way that Yukiro would, but there's a mechanicalness to it that lacks that humanness that you love about her.
He is immediately going to go for another attack.
You go for another attack. The rest of you are standing back watching as May's tear running down his cheek is trying to stab this woman who has completely impaled him.
I want to intervene, but I feel like I might get hurt if I do.
The lions are sitting, the two lions are sitting watching this, looking very confused, looking back and forth to each other, looking at the rest of you, looking at Ivanka, looking back at Maze. It's so good.
I've got such a line for the end of this too.
As you guys are, so you guys are just standing back as Maze is hacking at this girl. You went to roll again. Oh no. Roll to hit, but good luck.
Oh, that's another 12.
She critted again.
Oh.
Roll to dodge at disadvantage because she just stabbed you.
16.
Nope. You're going to be taking another 43 points of damage.
Oh my god.
As she instead, already stabbing you with the blade, her fingers move together, and she just drives her fist straight into your chest. and starts to try and pick you up off of the ground, still smiling at you.
Maze? Do you need help?
The other two, I will add, the other two copies of her are still dancing in the background with perfect choreography.
Oh my god.
We must destroy the fakes. He turns to look at you, like he's facing away, but then he like turns his head to look at you, like side-eyeing, and he says, "You can use electricity, right?"
The look of abject sorrow in his eye.
Should we do
I'm
something
sorry.
about this? Katya says, standing there with her arms crossed.
My god, he has the sorrowful eyes of a circus elephant.
He looks like a puppy that just got kicked, Minerva says.
Rinwin's going to,
I think I've got an idea.
Oh?
Now, please don't hate me for this, Maze.
Do what you have to do.
He summons a guardian angel soldier that
Okay.
looks exactly like Patroino, is it?
Oh no!
Yukiro, you know.
Now there's 4 of them! No!
I have a
And
gift for
that
this.
one
I have a
impales the one that's impaling
Oh my god, so this one's lifting Maze off of the
Maze.
ground, and then the other one impales her.
Oh my-
Oh no.
and my job here is done.
What'd you say?
My job here is done. I go back into the void.
As this happens, Maze looks up at the guardian angel, and he does exactly this.
The, Yukiro releases you, not without tearing a good hunk of meat out of your chest in the process, and drops you, looking down at the sword sticking through her chest.
Mm-hmm.
She reaches and grabs the sword with her hand and begins to try breaking it.
I'm gonna go for a punch.
You go for a punch.
19.
It's gonna hit.
Alright. Damage time. That is a... Hold on, let me... That's a 55 points of damage as he goes straight for a punch.
With 55 points of damage, you punch into this girl, and your fist goes through her face.
Goddamn.
There's an electronic burst, a small explosion, and she staggers, the soldier pulling the sword out from behind her, and she collapses to the floor.
He's gonna immediately go for an attack on one of the other ones.
Roll me 3d20s.
Oh.
19, 6, and 2.
God.
So, you take the first one out, no problem. However, the second one has been learning from this experience. And the second one manages not only to block all of your attacks, but parry you.
Oh.
Clever girl.
Oh, shit.
Dealing another 41 points of damage.
Alright.
Looking great now.
You said he was 43?
41 for this one.
Oh, 41. He's alright.
Alright.
Just had a chunk of meat torn out of his chest. It's fine.
How would I put this? He's at
The
The physical
Pain is nowhere near the sorrow in his heart.
his heart is broken.
Unfortunately, that's not a damage Pridwin can heal.
He's gonna go for he's locked in. He's gonna go for a he's gonna would he do? Yeah, he's emotionally he would yeah, I'm gonna go for a granite blast.
Okay.
God.
Rolled a hit.
That's they have to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, they're both really good at dex. What's my check to beat?
15.
Yeah, she beat it.
That's fine. They take half as much. So
Okay.
let me I'm listening to Hatsune Miku while this is happening, by the way. That is that is 38 points of damage.
What are you targeting with that?
Is how many are alive?
Just the one. What part of her are
Just
you
the one?
targeting?
Oh, he'd probably be targeting her face.
So you go for her face, and you miss, but you actually take out a hunk of her shoulder.
All right. Yeah, you guys see as he goes for a punch and it sends out this blast of heated energy, which takes out part of her shoulder.
Ivanka
will
looks at
never
her
be
paw
her.
impatiently. The rest of the party standing in a huddle together watching this.
You will never be my queen.
It seems I must have struck a chord. So much pain over nothing. Your feelings for her are not real.
They're real to me.
She is beautiful to me!
They're real to me.
Oh my god. Fuck's sake.
If I knew you were such a weak-hearted fool, I would have made more.
Go ahead and try.
He
Liam,
does know
I'm
that
going.
she doesn't actually care about him in real life, right? Lunala says to Pridwin at the side.
I'm pretty sure that's why he said that.
He does not know.
They're real to him, damn it!
As far as I know about the idol industry, they actually play up that parasocial relationship to a toxic degree, so...
And he fell for
Her other
line and sinker.
He scares
Her
me,
other fans
Katya
aren't like
says.
his other fans are not like him.
I think
He,
I think we should make sure that he never goes near her, ever.
I don't think she'll
I'm
live.
afraid of what that might result in.
he's gonna go for another attack.
You go for another
She just-
attack.
He's going to reckless attack.
Okay.
That is a 19.
Damage.
He's locked in. Locked in. 52 points of damage.
How do you want to do this?
He is going to grab her by the face and tear it off and kick her into a wall.
You do so, and she kind of crumbles, disintegrating into different pieces as she impacts the wall.
You're going to pay for this.
Oh, believe me, I won't.
Liam, before you kill him, I'm going to punch him in the face really hard.
I have no objections to that.
Good.
Are
He's
you
going to stand.
Are you starting to feel tired? Starting to feel sleepy? We can keep doing this all day and all night. I have a whole lot old projects that I need disposing of,
Maze.
and
looks
there's
around.
only a handful of you.
Maze looks around and he puts his arms out in the fucking that Dark Souls emote way, the way Isaac does it, and he's going to heal. He's going to regenerate all of his injuries. He's going to say, "I can go all day."
Liam, under his breath, murmurs, "This isn't going to stop."
He can throw whatever he wants at me. I'm going to destroy him.
You're going to run out of energy.
Well,
Do you think
You
we'd
guys
be able
seem-
to make it to him before we ran out?
Liam looks around the area. I don't know. But I doubt it. He's not lying. I know that tone of voice. He's not bluffing. God knows how many things he has within these walls, just waiting to try and rip us apart. Through his inner link, he says to the majority of you, excluding Maze,
Mhm.
it might be wise if we allow him to think he has the upper hand.
What are you suggesting?
You ever heard of jailbreaking?
You suggesting that we get caught and allow ourselves to get close to him, or for him to allow us to, well, for him to bring us to him so that we can just break out.
It's risky. Has a high chance of backfiring.
Redwin looks over to the rest of the group. I suppose it wouldn't be much more dangerous than fighting our way over there.
Katya frowns. I don't like it. What if this doesn't work and he gets the upper hand? That puts all of us at risk.
Just the same as it would if we got whittled down and he managed to capture us that way.
At least we'd go out fighting, Katya objects.
We will be fighting. We're not turning ourselves over to him. We're simply making him believe that we are.
And do you think he's really just going to accept a surrender? Lunala says, looking at you. Like if we throw our
Really
hands
knows
up
our
now.
capabilities. He clearly knows what we're capable of. whether we overwhelm that or not is not the problem with trying to turn ourselves in. It's the fact that he would counter any kind of plans we have to break out.
He's also overbearingly self-confident. That's a weakness we can play into. He clearly believes that he has us no matter what we do. He even seems to be convinced that our breaking through all of his previous traps was all according to his plan. I think
I laughed at him because it was the only option I had when he said greater good. I didn't actually have a legitimate counter. You can bluff your way through mistakes and unfortunate choices.
true. But I think he's not as smart as he's pretending to be. I think we might be able to get him this way. I mean, Liam knows him better than any of us. If he thinks this'll work, I trust him.
He'll know it's a trick if we just give up. It's gonna have to look good. I'm open to suggestions.
Do we go down fighting? Do we act as though you've convinced us to just try to talk, or...
I don't know. I don't know what would be more convincing. I just know that simply putting our hands up at this point would be problematic. He's having too much fun. He glances around the group, his eyes settling on Katya. Unless one of us takes him up on his offer at the very beginning.
DM,
Mm-hmm.
I have a question about Anna's passive.
Okay.
Relentless.
I gotta go look at it, hold on. Okay, what about it?
Hold on. So it says, when your AP drops to 0, you can roll for a chance to regain some of your AP.
Mm-hmm.
Can you activate that at any point after you've reached 0, or is it only when you reach 0?
At any point after you reach 0. Once per day.
I could do something with that. But it'll be up to the rest of the group what they want to do with it.
Well, we need to decide quickly, Minerva says. He's going to get suspicious if we all just keep standing here.
I mean, I suppose we could try fighting until we do get tired, but I'd rather we have some degree of strength left. If we get captured after we've expended everything, well, we'll be captured for real.
Katya is looking at the rest of you. There is a dark flicker in her eyes. You see her fingers flex. Her palm extended a bit. Her fingers extending towards Liam. Liam glances at the rest of you, then looks back to her. There's a sort of hazy flash, and then his weapon form is pulled into Katya's palm. I'm sorry, guys, Katya says out loud. I'm not gonna be a plaything for him. And she holds the sword aggressively in between her and the rest of you. You said the last man standing wins, right, Doc?
Oh? Are we having a mutiny on our hand? I knew your true nature would sprout up eventually. Nobody refused that offer. Not forever, at least. So, you think you can lock them up?
I can do better than that, Katya says. And you see there is a pool of darkness that begins to drip down surrounding her feet. Her eyes drift towards you, Pridwin.
Katya, think about what you're doing.
I did think about it. And the fact of the matter is, I have to survive. I'm sorry.
You know I believe in you. You know I think you can do better than this. Pridwin's going to flash her a wink. It doesn't have to be this way. We can get through his army. We can find a way.
Would you just shut the fuck up, she says, and she immediately comes at you.
You know, I think she has a point. Sorry, Maze.
What?
Maze, you feel the pierce of an arrow move through you from your back, protruding out your chest.
God damn it.
It's one of the 6 vices, by the way.
Which one of the 6 vices is it?
Paralysis. Although rage would be hilarious.
I would have laughed really hard if it was rage, I'm not gonna lie. Maze,
Rage would
you
have been
are
hilarious.
you are temporarily paralyzed, unable to
Yeah.
move, and all attacks are guaranteed on you.
Maze just hulks out.
he like looks at Eddie. He says, "God damn it!" And then he falls to the floor. It's like a loud thud when he hits the floor.
You collapse. Pridwin, Katya comes at you and swings Liam's sword form for you.
Pridwin will try and take a defensive stance,
In your human form.
trying to push himself in front of Lunala.
You do so, and you feel the sword impacting your armor. You can tell by the way that it hits you. You can see Liam's eyes in the blade, and he looks sad. I never wanted this. You hear through your dual resonance. I just wanted to find Fuse.
You will.
As she impacts you, there is a almost explosion of shadow on the impact that actually pushes you backwards. It does not feel good. Lunala actually shrieks your name with concern as you are shoved backwards and puts a hand on your shoulder. She snarls at Katya. Behind you, Ivanka and all of the cats begin backing away from the group. Ivanka looks terrified. And 9 even more so.
Pridwin's going to call out to 9. Find somewhere to hide. All of you.
9, with tears streaming down her cheeks, grabs a fistful of Ivanka's fur and tugs, and the cats turn and take off running in the opposite direction.
I'll see you again, my beautiful lions.
Katya does not stop. She swings again and again at you.
Pridwin just continues to block.
You continue blocking, each one taking an immense amount of energy with the strength that she pushes you back with, and you can tell that she's holding back. Each explosion of shadow pushing you further and further back, Lunala trying to stabilize you from behind. You feel a tremor of her fingers on your shoulder. For a moment, starting to doubt.
It's going to be okay.
I don't like where this is going, Lunala says as Katya twists and spins, slicing at you with the sharp part of Liam's blade this time. What if she loses control?
She won't let that happen.
Pridwin, Katya is going in to stab you with one of the edges of Liam's blades.
He's going to try and catch it.
With your bare hands.
Mm-hmm.
Counter.
Doing this because I think I have a good. It's a natural 20.
You catch the blade in your palms, it slicing into your gauntlets. You see a look of pain in the eyes of the blade as you struggle to hold it at bay, the tip hovering over the chest plate of your armor.
The moment he catches it, he calls out, I yield! I yield! Just don't hurt her!
Katya holds you there a minute longer before pulling the blade back, taking a step back and still angling it at you offensively.
He holds up his hand, still standing defensively in front of Lunala.
Katya glances over her shoulder in Anna and Judah's direction.
Yeah, we're not gonna fight that. I've already said so and such.
Katya
I
glances from you to Pridwin back to you. Minerva is nowhere to be seen. Katya spinning Liam's blade in her hands agilely, never takes her eyes off of the both of you. Where do you want him, Doc? You better keep your fucking word. If you touch me, I swear to God.
Oh, I am a man of words, I can assure you that. I'll have a collection team come by. They will escort you to my personal laboratory.
There is the sound of footsteps rapidly approaching. And then suddenly you are greeted by a group of multiple people that have shown up. People with weapons. People that look a lot scarier than the humans that you've been dealing with. You notice eyes forming in the weapons. And you can feel their presence. Those of you that have soul perception, you can see that these are not the average humans. They eye all of you warily, holding the weapons defensively. Well, let's fucking go, the male standing at the front says, gesturing down the hallway. Move, Katya says, spinning the blade and smacking you with the flat end on the back, Pridwin thrusting you forward.
Pridwin will
He's,
start moving, shooting him a look as he does.
he's gonna need some help pointing at Maze.
The male with the long sword sighs irritatedly. Why is it always the big ones that need carrying? He says, walking over and hoisting Maze up with surprising strength.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, that paralysis wears off after like 3 rounds. But I was hoping that Maze is smart enough.
I'm imagining Maze would intentionally deadweight just to be
Yeah.
inconvenient.
He would. He would. It's written literally in his character personality stuff that he's just extremely petty, so he'll just be as inconvenient as possible to people he doesn't like.
Yeah, this man is like somehow you're like more heavy than when he initially picked you up with the paralysis.
Never has this man's body been more relaxed.
God.
As
And
he's
then,
like
how's
staggering under your weight.
Like
How
a
are they
rag doll full of lead.
how are they gonna handle picking up his sword?
Yeah, so there's a couple, these three are the main ones, and then there's a group of the same type of humans in military gear that show up. They do
Yeah.
not have the insignia, by the way, these are different ones, but they're similar type of gear. They're the ones trying to pick your sword up, and it takes probably like 6 of them to manage to drag it.
They have to like 1-2 pull the sword along.
Yeah. It's not great for them.
Like, what was this guy on? God.
Lunala grips your gauntlet fearfully as she keeps close to you as the group surrounds the lot of you. Katya staying in the back, keeping Liam pointed defensively between Anna and Pridwin. Judah sighs irritatedly, gripping your bow form tighter. Hate this shit, she says under her breath.
Owen, we're just simply exhausted. There's no way for us to fight back.
You just wait till Auntie Death hears about this, Judah murmurs.
Yeah.
She's
that's
gonna
going to be
eat
it.
you alive, Judah says, loud enough for Victor to hear.
Should have seen the last guy who broke a promise against her.
Yeah, it was all chains and weird whips and bones and stuff.
Death is
Almost
indeed
as-
Greek.
Death has a death aesthetic.
I bet you'd look real good in a death collar, Judah says to the invisible cameras.
It is a shame that she will not be hearing about this.
You think she's just gonna let things lie? Not investigate the disappearances?
Oh, I'm sure she will. I'm sure she'll look far, far and wide. After all, like you said, and like I said, you are her star pupils. But the one thing a king always fails to do is look under his own nose. She'll look. She'll look for a very, very long time. But she will find nothing.
You guys are led further down the hallways, progressing more and more, until eventually you enter into a whole separate wing of this research facility. This wing is busy with people in lab coats. And as you progress further, passing by windows, looking into rooms, experimenting on many strange things you don't have much time to look at. Shards of metal, people laying out on examination tables, unsure whether they're alive or not. You finally make it to a final set of doors and enter what appears to be a massive study. books lining the walls, all different types of schematics, cybernetic designs, varieties of what look to be metal shards all over the room in various places. And standing just beside the assistant, I believe there's some art of this person.
Yes, there is.
Is it the person?
It is it is in fact Dr. Victor Atchison
Oh.
himself.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I was very proud of this one.
He has his back to
he's-
you, but as he turns, his eyes settle in your directions. The mechanical fingers of the rope, the cybernetic arms twitching and flicking as if tapping their fingers impatiently on a surface. His eyes settling in all of your directions.
He may be evil, but he is aura farming.
You see,
I
I have created my magnum opus, the Max Aurainator.
Jesus.
Where's Perry the Platypus when you need him?
Platypus? No, Harry the platypus.
Perry, no. God bless. So,
My son, return to me at last. I must admit I doubted you for a moment, but I should have known. I should have known you would not fail me. You have brought me the opportunity of a lifetime. No, the opportunity of the century. So many incredible things to study. I see it now. You thought you'd get to the daughter, and the rhizostomas would just welcome you with their open arms. What a brilliant idea. You brilliant boy. I knew that you had that brain of yours could have only come from my side of the gene pool. You embedded yourself with that little fireball there, instilled yourself as a lifelong companion of the entire group, and now you are here at last, walking them to my very laboratory. We are on the brink of such brilliant revelations. And it's all thanks to you. You even brought me not just one, but two rhizostomas. The one, he gestures to Pridwin, so that I can dissect that magnificent weapon of theirs. And even the girl. I was lamenting the thought of only having one subject. I was really hoping I could get a look at how their biology differed from ours, but for that I'd need a live one. And now, I can have both. Come, Liam. I'll even let you make the first incision.
Minerva staggers a bit, hearing this, her eyes widening. Liam flashes out of his weapon form and steps up beside his father. His eyes are cold and dark, just as dark as the day they were when the first party members of this campaign met him. Katya shoves her hands in her pockets and stands beside him, looking at the rest of the group. Liam sighs. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, don't waste your time with platitudes. It's not like they'll be alive to care for much longer.
Where's... He looks around the room, his eyes falling on the assistant and Victor, but no one else. Where's my brother?
Oh, him? Oh, my apologies. I completely forgot about him and the grand opportunity. He may have broke himself out. Of course, he was always so much more difficult than you were. He was always just such the troublemaker. I had someone go looking for him, but unfortunately, he failed. Said, well, before he died, that your brother seems to have become something akin to a drug-addled psychopath. Another failed experiment. But you are the prodigy. You are my son. You won't wind up like him.
Victor, I thought you said that... He's not getting back into your good graces that easily, is he? What about our...
Oh, of course. He'll rise up right alongside him. He's still got so much time to learn. He needs a big brother to raise him, to show him the ropes. I wouldn't dare think of simply casting our child aside.
What are you talking about? Liam says, taking a step back from him.
Oh, it's nothing to worry yourself about. There's so much to catch up on. But it all can wait. There's so much more that we should be worried about right now. Progress to be made. A world to be changed.
You... For those of you in the group, you see Liam's fingers are beginning to shake. You can see a twitch at the corner of his eye as his demeanor begins to falter. You had another child?
Yes.
With her? Were you wearing that piece of mom still when you did it? He says, taking a step forward.
I don't understand where this is coming from.
Where this is coming from? You don't understand where this is coming from. You want to know why? Because you never cared about Mom, did you?
What are you talking about, boy? I loved her. I gave so much to her. Spent so much of my time putting up with all of her morals.
There it is. Because it was all such a huge inconvenience for you, wasn't it? Pridwin, you and Lunala, Anna and Judah, are standing watching this, it seems that for a moment, the enforcers surrounding you are completely engrossed in the conversation happening before them.
Was Pridwin restrained?
No.
He's going to reach out and take Lunala's hand.
Lunala, who is also completely engrossed in the conversation in front of you, flexes her fingers a bit, her eyes flickering towards you.
Doesn't transform yet, but he gives her a look. Like a get ready look, and he's going to do the same for the rest of the group.
Is Anna still in weapon form?
Yes,
She's
she
been in
is.
weapon form this entire time.
Yep. Judah has kept a hold of you like you're a normal bow.
Okay.
Katya has maneuvered another sidestep out of the way as Liam takes another step closer to Victor.
And can Judah sort of shuffle a bit?
Yeah,
Are
the
they
other
doing
guys are they all rolled like what nat 1s and 2s and 5s. When I rolled for how much attention they were paying to any of you. The only person that is sort of in the space to attract attention is Maze, who is still being... I'd imagine the guy dropped you at this point.
Yeah.
At the ground.
Dumped him on the floor.
Yeah. Maze, what are you doing?
He's waiting for an opportunity. Let's see. Yeah, he's just waiting.
Honestly, why would you care anyways? It's not like you were old enough to really make that much of a connection with her anyhow. To understand how any of this worked.
No connection, is that it? I remember everything. I remember the way she used to lay in the bed with me at night when I got scared. I remember every single fluid and agile movement she made when she taught me how to transform, how to move, how to be a weapon. I remember everything about her, and you want to know what I remember about you? I remember nothing. Except the space where you should have been in all of those memories. Empty because you were too busy to give me the time of day.
Honestly, this is so typical of you. Always talking about memories and emotions. You want to know where I was? I was making a world that was better. And yet I got nothing in return. Honestly, you are so much like her. So caught up in all of this fleeting feeling and nonsense justification.
Is that why you carved me up? Is that why you made Fuse and I look like this? He says, reaching up and pulling the mask from his face, dropping it beside him. Because you couldn't stand how much we looked like Mom?
I couldn't stand how much you failed to resemble my gene, my work. Every time you looked at me with those solemn eyes, the same way she did whenever we argued. Like I was sick. Like there was something wrong with me. I'm not the one who's sick. It's all of you. You people with your nonsense notion. All that matters in this world, boy, is progress and power. If you are not the one standing on top, if you are not the peak of evolution, then you are just another horse.
Well, you want to know something? The joke is on you, because I take after you in every way but my compassion. And I had to have that beaten out of me by that little girl right there. I got my intelligence from you. I got my mechanical skill from you. I got every technical ability I could dream of from you. And I'm still not on top. So what does that make you? You don't even know how to be a dad. So don't sit there and call me son. You lost that title a long time ago. And what, you want to say that you tried? You didn't fucking try. You didn't do anything. You're just too fucking scared to admit that Fuse and I died the same day Mom did too, because it was easier to focus on the equations behind your eyes than the tears in ours. I don't have a last name anymore. I got rid of it, purged it. I would rather strike my very existence from the annals of history than spend one more moment in association with you. And if you were too stupid to realize that, joke's on you. 'Cause now you're at a serious disadvantage. He holds his hand out towards Minerva.
You little rodent, you will never be like me. You will never be a fraction of what I am.
Good.
Guards, can somebody...
He turns to look. Anna, Pridwin, Maze. How does he find the guards when he turns back to look at them?
I'll let you guys go
Two of
first.
them are still slightly paralyzed, but they have been tied up by now.
Maze has
At
a
least
healing
several
one of them.
joints are bending in the wrong direction.
Maze would have been laying there, sort of like slightly behind the man who picked him up, I'm assuming is the guards we're talking about. And he would have raised his fingers up like a finger gun and used one of his burning fingers.
So all of the guards are either incapacitated or not alive anymore, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Victor, you turn rapidly to shout for your guards to contain this situation, and you find, instead, a boy with a large katana, a witch bearing the Rhizostoma shield, and Judah pointing a bow offensively in your direction. And as Liam holds his fingers out, Minerva smiles through the tears a bit and flashes into Liam's palm.
This isn't happening. This is completely illogical. This is a nightmare. This isn't happening.
Is it a nightmare? You still have nightmares about when I fucked your face up? Gave you that pretty little scar the last time you tried to do this to me?
You won't get away with this. I'm better than you. I made you and I can unmake you, you little rat.
As he's going on that rant, can Judah shoot him with the 6 vices?
Yes.
It's the silence one.
He,
Shut up, little man.
he's just pantomiming.
He doesn't even realize that you can't hear him.
Frantically.
Katya, like, tilts her head in confusion, squinting at him. What's that? I'm sorry, I can't. There must be some, problem. I can't hear you, Liam says, grinning.
He just begins gesturing to some vague circular object and then stops and realizes that you can't hear him.
Liam...
And then goes back to frantically pantomiming.
Liam smiles maliciously and starts stepping toward him. The assistant is actually the one who darts in front of him. I'm not going to let you hurt him. You're not going to lay a finger on him. Why can't you just stay away from him? You have already done so much. Why can't you just let him be? Liam's fingers tremble on Minerva for a moment, and then he lets go of her. Minerva flashes into human form behind him, looking confused. Predwin.
Yes.
Get her out of my way.
Fredwin is going to walk up. He's going to place a hand on her shoulder and he's going to say, "You really should not be defending that man."
She slaps your hand off of her shoulder. I will not be touched by some unpure creature like you. You are tainted with the blood of witches. That man is worth defending. He is the father of my child. And I will not let you hurt him or his beautiful brilliance.
Is that what that whole rant was to you? Beautiful. The man sidelined your own child, waved you away as an unimportant marker to get to later. He doesn't care about you. He does not care about your child. And he certainly does not care about anyone else that walks this earth.
He's literally hiding behind you, dude, Judah shouts from the side.
Can we just
Even
simply
use a
that
human
already?
shield of all things. Oof.
I can guarantee you that he would take the time that it would take to cut through you to turn around and run without a second thought, without any remorse towards you.
This is ridiculous. I have been with this man for over a decade. I have not had any problems with him.
Can I ask you a question? In the past 10 years, how many times has he said that he loved you?
Her eye twitches. He doesn't have to use those exact words. I know what he means. He's simply bad at expression.
he was quite expressive.
Bad, that's kind of expression then.
Look, I'm offering for you to step aside so that my tainted witch hands don't have to touch you, but I will pick you up if I have to.
You will do no such thing, she says, raising a hand aggressively.
Fridwin is immediately going to pick her up like a cat.
You go to pick her up like a cat. She is entirely human, so she has very little effect at struggling against you. She starts shrieking, beating on your armor, thrashing around in your grasp. Victor, do something! This injustice will not stand!
Fridwin looks down at Victor as he steps out of the way and says, "Well, Victor, are you going to do something?"
Talked all that big game, Katya says. And to think I was actually scared of you. You're so squishy, she says, tilting her head. I could tear you in half with my bare hands and feel absolutely no energy drain.
A papier-mâché man hiding behind a castle of jagged glass.
I'm gonna give you one chance to tell me what I need to know, Liam says, stepping and pacing a circle around Victor. Where is my brother?
Is Six Vices still active on him?
It only lasts for a few rounds. I don't know how many rounds.
I would say no, it probably is worn off by now. Not that he knows that.
Now, let's not be rash, son.
Liam raises a hand aggressively in his direction. Don't.
Video archives. The video archives have the recording that my collection agent took.
Liam, reaching into his pocket, pulls out a flash drive and tosses it to Katya. He nods in the direction of one of the many computers, and Katya goes. And before he left,
It's a great question. Let me look through the notes.
I don't know if I gave you this.
I don't think you did. well, before he had his episode, I was performing fusion testing. After all, who wouldn't want an entire army of anything like that shield? I managed to get about 30 separate shards. Unfortunately, the shards still retained considerable degrees of their personality, an issue which I could not find a remedy for. And this resulted in fractalization of his psyche. Disappointing, to be sure. All of that power would have been revolutionary. But he couldn't get it under control. Too many different people, I suppose. I suppose his will just wasn't strong enough to get them all under rein. Eventually, he had his most severe episode and became completely unmanageable. Fought his way out of the laboratory and, well, I assume that the addictions that my collection agent reported are likely a way of trying to stave off his malady.
Why is Anima Fabrica involved?
Why wouldn't they be?
I thought you were done with them.
Oh, I was. I am. But they're not done with me. I was their top scientist. They needed me. They still need me. They just don't want to admit it. They would rather steal my experiments out from under me.
So you weren't involved in sending them after me?
After you. Hang on.
Oh, looks like someone.
I wasn't the one who sent them after you. I knew that they were looking for that girl of yours, but
Liam instinctively steps in front of Minerva.
as a matter of fact, I was considering the possibility of trying to send some of my own men out. However, after hearing about how their attempt went, I reconsidered. As for their reasoning, well, it's purely conjecture. My assumption is that they want what I made.
What you made.
Like I said, who wouldn't want an army of warriors just like him? He points over to Pridwin.
He's got a point, Katya says over her shoulder.
hundreds of different dead men mashed together, all those experiences, all those failures. They would be far more knowledgeable than any mortal soldier, with a far wider repertoire than even the most well-trained weapons. It would be like an army of your very own death scythes.
Yeah, and all for sale for the right price, right?
Well, science isn't free. Something has to keep the lights on. Something has to keep the march of progress ever turning. Now, I told you what you wanted to know. I can give you access to the entire facility, and in exchange, you let me go.
Let you go. Liam whispers, taking another step toward you. Let you go so you can just continue this. this fucking crime against humanity that you're doing? How many kids have you experimented on?
Crimes are purely constructs of human ideals. They get in the way of progress.
How many kids? Liam says, lurching forward and grabbing Victor by the collar. How many kids did you kill? So that you could turn my brother into a sideshow attraction.
He visibly looks at the data running through his glasses. I don't keep those records on hand.
You don't even know. They don't even bother you. They weren't even people to you, were they? They were just things that were in your way to getting what you wanted.
They served a higher purpose. Their sacrifices brought scientific marvels.
Scientific marvels? Your son is out there somewhere. Probably face down on the concrete, with his veins full of God knows what, so that he can feel nothing. Because of what you did to him. And it has taken me a decade more to have that same experience, to reach that same point where I could stand here face to face with you and feel nothing. He shoves Victor back, letting go of his shirt. You don't get to continue this travesty. Wrapped up in the pretty little wrapping paper facade of scientific progression.
You think this is gonna change anything? You think stopping me is going to somehow make the world all sunshine and rainbow? If not me, there are millions of others who will continue this. Life is an arms race. And if I'm not here, on your side, putting our progress first, then it's going to be someone else. Whether it be the witches, or some monsters, or some other shady group who has the worst intentions of the world at heart. My work ensures the survival of our species. You need me. The Academy needs me. Needs me to do this because no one else will.
No, you just need
Are you saying we
somebody
can't
to lead
handle
you.
the truth?
You. I don't even know what to do with you. Because shoving you in a box and locking that key away doesn't seem fair after what you did. Fredwin, you see, being able to see Liam's face well for the first time, a look of confliction. And unusually, you see tears beginning to well in the corners of his eyes.
I think the punishment should fit the crime.
Liam.
His eyes flicker in your direction.
Do you believe you can make the just choice in this situation?
He opens his mouth to speak, and there's a tremor in his lip. It has to be me. He raises a hand, his fingers shaking. But I can't. He closes his eyes. What am I supposed to do? Is this what my mother would have wanted? Is this what she would have done? He looks to you, Pridwin. You're the closest thing to a death scythe here. What do I do?
We must be better. If you do not believe you can make this decision, perhaps he deserves to be put on trial before his victims. Let them decide what he deserves.
Agreed.
You hear from behind you, Maze, a low growl.
You'll turn.
You turn, and you see the golden glint of metal as a paw emerges from the shadows of the hallway behind you.
He smiles.
The lion snarls and pads up slowly beside you, past you. The second emerging just beside it, passing to rub up against your side, Anna, with a low purr.
It's okay.
And then Ivanka, slinking in beside you, Pridwin. Much more agile and low to the ground, prowling with a low growl. All three of the cats narrow their eyes in the doctor's direction, baring their fangs.
Maze will also walk up, and he'll look at Liam and say, I'll let them handle the rest, but he, stretches his wrist. There's one thing I wanted to do real fast.
Liam
This is for Miku.
glances away from you, as if giving you permission.
He walks up to the doctor and grabs him by his collar and pulls him up to his level. I'm going to punch you now.
There's like a
It is. Oh.
a squeak, like a creaky squeak, like he's trying to formulate some sort of words that would get him out of the situation.
It won't kill you, because that's too good for you. But it is going to hurt. A lot. And using his full strength, he's going to punch him in the face so hard he goes flying nearby table.
You punch him and he slams back into the table, and immediately the cats all lurch at him.
Don't worry, Doc. This is all for the greater good.
This is an experiment to see how long somebody can last while being torn apart by wild animals.
You know, there's a story in my family that when you die and your soul passes on, you face a jury of all those you've wronged. I wonder if they'll be any more merciful than the ones who stand here.
As you all are watching this, over the sounds of the struggle ensuing in the corner of the room, from another side of the room, you hear crying. The woman in your arms, Pridwin, is struggling violently.
Everyone's going to look over.
Minerva has walked in the direction, and she curiously looks down into what appears to be some sort of makeshift crib that looks a lot more like a cage. And she is standing there frozen, her hand hovering midair, her eyes wide, her mouth slacking open. Let me go. Don't hurt him. Please, don't. He didn't do anything to you.
Who are you talking about?
Pridwin? Minerva whispers.
Pridwin's going to walk over, the woman still slung over his shoulder.
You have her slung so that she's facing away, and you look down into this cage, and you see an infant. Barely one. But the baby has metal shards embedded all over it.
My God. He grabs the woman, swinging her around to look down into the crib. You call this love? You think this is any way to treat a child?
He's going to grow up strong. He's going to be such a brilliant boy. With an arsenal unlike anything you've ever seen.
You've mutilated him. Strapped him in a cage.
It is just his crib. We just had to repurpose something. I didn't have the time to...
When I took up this shield, it wasn't thrust into my skull. I was given a choice. This is madness.
Please, just let me go. Just let me take him and leave, please. You will never hear from us again.
You are not taking this child. You are not fit to raise anything, let alone a human being. You and that thing that called itself a man. No. You're going with us to the academy, and this child is too.
No, she shrieks, thrashing violently against you. Writhing out of your grasp, doing everything she can, even if it draws her own blood. She is fighting with everything that she has to get away from you.
Give me one reason why I should let you leave with this child.
Because he is mine.
And that's good.
Yes. Please, he is the only good thing that has ever happened to me.
Look at him. Look at what you did to the only good thing in your life. Look at him and tell me that you deserve that.
She's staring at the child. I will not live without him.
Maybe you don't have to.
She thrashes against you wildly, trying to reach for the boy.
If you go with us, you have a chance.
I will not go back to that vile academy with you.
Vile. How is that place any worse than this?
How is it
butcher
any
shop?
better? Raising children to be soldiers. Sending them out. Young. Little. Into a war zone. Sending them out to die. No. You're not going to take my son and not have anything to say about it.
They are given a choice, unlike your lab rats. Did he spontaneously decide to speak? Say, please stick shards of metal into my brain? No. Every last one of us signed up for what we did. What we are. There are people on that academy who have not seen a day of combat because they don't want to. There are people fighting so that children like this one don't have to see horrors like this. So that they don't have to be turned into living weapons. You've already turned this child into a living arsenal. What do you think the next step in that was going to be for your mad doctor? He wasn't going to just let this child live a normal, happy life. At best, he was going to use it as his own personal toy soldier. At worst, he was going to sell it to the highest bidder. And what are you going to do if you leave this place with it? How can I trust that you aren't going to be just as disgustingly vile? You've already allowed it to progress this far. How can I trust you to be a mother to this child?
You hear a soft gasp from behind you. Anna, peeking out from behind your legs, you see Nine. Nine is staring in your direction, staring at the woman. She lifts a shaky finger and points. Scalpel,
Please don't.
she says, imitating the woman's voice. Tighten the restraints. She's still moving. Why won't you stay still? The woman is staring at Nine.
You are not leaving this place a free one. As far as I'm concerned, your options are to live at the mercy of justice or to die. You do not deserve to be around children. Certainly not your own.
The woman, thrashing against you, reaches into her pocket. There's a glint of metal as she tries to swing something at you.
Pridwin's just going to hold up his hand to, like, basically bar her arm and then slide along to pull the object from her hand.
You rip the object, sliding it out of her palm and cutting her palm in the process, and you find yourself holding a scalpel.
What were you hoping to accomplish with this?
A few seconds of freedom.
You're not free. You never will be again. not even in death.
You don't scare me.
I don't have to.
I'm not going with you to your stupid academy.
Very well.
Then perhaps you would prefer. Oh. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, you
Oh
disappeared.
no, you.
I just have to reconnect. Hang on.
We'll go back.
Can you guys hear me?
Can you guys hear me?
Can now.
Yes.
Then perhaps you would prefer a trial by your peers.
Antigone, my peer, she says, looking you up and down.
No.
No.
He
Holds her by the scruff and then points her towards Nine and the cats. They are.
Ivanka turns slowly and her hackles begin to rise. She prowls forward. What are you doing? No, let go of me, she says, thrashing, trying to cut and tear at the gauntlet around you. Let go of me, that cat is psychotic. I called you here to kill it for a reason.
It's not psychotic. It's angry. Because of what you did to it.
I made it
If anything-
stronger. It should be thanking me.
Really. Just like Liam. Just like your child. If anything, this is a mercy. You won't have to live to watch your child grow up, realize what you've done to it, and watch it resent you, hate you for what you've done. Tell me, how many of your victims didn't make it? How many of them are waiting on the other side to meet you just as they do?
She trembles in your grasp as Ivanka gets closer and closer until the cat is inches away from her.
We must be better than this. And so, we cannot abide your cruelty.
Nine lifts a hand and points a finger at the woman. Ivanka. Fetch. And the cat reaches up with a paw and digs its claws into the woman's chest, pulling her down against your grasp.
Fredwin will let go as Ivanka takes her.
The woman shrieks and screams as Ivanka begins to drag her out of the room, the other two lions prowling behind her. Nine follows them, giving you a look, a worrisome, curious look, before she follows them into the hallway. Liam is standing in the corner, his eyes on the body underneath of him, which is still somehow breathing.
Redwin will walk over to his side.
Liam's eye twitches again as he's staring down. Even they couldn't do it, he says.
His judgment is incomplete.
It has to be
You-
me.
You're his victim, too.
Please, Pridwin. He looks at your palm.
He holds out his hand.
Don't make Minerva do this.
I wouldn't dare.
Liam hesitates and then flashes into your palm. There is a burning sensation, Pridwin, even with your gauntlet. You've never felt anything like this sword before. You've never wielded anything like this sword.
Kind of surprised he didn't use me. Redwin will step over and look down at the sorry sack of flesh. And then he'll raise Liam up and then just plunge him down.
There's a static sensation. Something pulses outward almost like a shock wave. Liam flashes out of your palm, the smoke still rising, the burn marks clear on your gauntlet. Liam grabs the soul and then looks around, his eyes widening, as you hear an alarm begin to sound.
Well, looks like they caught wind.
Self-destruct sequence activated.
Oh shit.
3 minutes to self-destruct.
Of course.
You know, a kill switch, a dead man switch inside his own heart would have been the thing I expected from a mad scientist.
Nobody
Kind of
else can
mad
have his research, Liam says. Can we maybe talk about this somewhere else? Katya says, holding up the flash drive.
Yes. Let's also grab the little girl and the animals and head out.
We should make sure that as many of the... We don't know how many people are trapped here.
You hear the sounds
Maybe.
of screaming and footsteps frantic in the hallways.
Yeah.
There
I
should
think
be...
perhaps we should try unlocking the cells.
There should be a control panel in here to do that. They seem to have controlled everything there from here.
There is. Hold on, Liam says. He runs over looking at the different computers and then stops in front of one and starts tapping. His fingers moving almost too fast to track along the keyboard. Pridwin, take the rest of them and get out of here. I'm gonna see what I can do.
Do you have any idea where human containment might be?
He says, trying to think. I mean, the problem is he contains them in different laboratories. It's all over the place. But if he was this desperate for people that he set a trap for Academy students, then he probably doesn't have that many.
Anna's gonna run out and start like organizing an evacuation process so that as much people can get out as possible. Doubting
The
that
scientists
there are that many
are
people, but
they are eager to listen to you, Anna. They do not want to be here anymore. In fact, most of them didn't want to be here in the first place. You are starting to realize with the scared, frantic looks on their faces.
seems that they expected this to happen.
Can you reconfigure the laboratory to a more linear direct exit?
I'll try, he says, frantically pulling different things up on the multitude of screens, his fingers moving rapidly.
If there's anything I can do to help, tell me.
What about the baby? Katya says, looking at the crib unsurely.
We need to get him out of here.
Ah, great, Katya says, running over to the crib and unsurely looking at the baby. Why is it always me? And she uncomfortably picks the child up. As she does, there's like, for a moment, one of the shards literally sticking out of the baby flashes a color, and a burst of flame surrounds the baby. Another shard activates a color, and there's a burst of electricity. Katya lets out a painful yelp as she is singed and then electrocuted.
Oh dear.
Oh, they created a kill baby.
Fuck, she says, trying not to drop the baby as different things keep happening. The shards literally cutting into her arms in all different places.
Wait, hang on. I think I have a solution. I'm gonna need to roll a dice. Somebody here has experience with volatile children.
Oh god.
Oh god!
Oh no.
You will not believe. As Pridwin activates his coral construct,
Please tell me it's not Dante.
Mom comes to save the day.
Oh, thank God. I was about to say, if this is fucking Dante, I'm gonna die.
Dante's not ready for this. Dante is not ready for the smoke.
Aegis materializes and looks at you and looks around the room with concern and confusion.
Mom, this place is about to explode. There's a baby that shoots fire.
She gives you a concerned look.
You know how to deal with volatile children, right?
She gives you a look. She walks over and picks the baby up by the scruff from Katya and holds it in front of her. Curiously, as the baby sneezes and shoots like porcupine quills out of its body in all directions, she reaches up and like pulls one out of her cheek and tosses it aside.
Great. We need to get to an exit.
Katya bleeding profusely all down her arms and her chest from trying to hold the baby.
May's just gonna go look for the animals.
Maze, you find the cybernetic lions, Ivanka, and the girl, in a different wing. They're pawing at a set of cages that have several more cybernetic animals enclosed within them.
Don't worry, I got this. And he's going to grab the locks and he's just going to crush them.
You start crushing locks, and you see not only do you have the two lions, you also have this guy. Where did he go? Where's the third one? Oh, there he is. And this guy. These three have also made their way out as you start tearing the locks free and the cages open.
Cyber dog.
Cyberdog. Yo. Cyber porcupine? Cyber tiger. Yo.
You see that these three also are, like, more advanced models. Like, the lions were very early models. The cybernetics on these creatures look a lot more impressive.
I still like the lions. He's gonna Noah's Ark style start leading them out of the building.
It's not even you, Noah's Ark style. It's the child. It's 9 that is leading them out of the building on Ivanka's back, like a fucking shepherd on Ivanka's back, and all of the animals are following her. Like she's the fucking Messiah. Maze, you accompany 9 out of the building, protecting her, tossing and throwing down with any human mobs that are still trying to fight their way towards you guys. Back in the room, Liam is frantically looking and trying to pull data from these computers. I'm not sure how many people are left, but if there are any, they're probably making their way out. You guys need to go.
Not without you.
I'm trying to prolong this explosion, okay?
And we'll be fine if we can get you out with us.
Prudwin, your sister is not going to survive a nuclear-level explosion.
And you are. And you think she's going to willingly go with me, without you?
Katya is standing beside Liam, looking back and forth between the computer and him. For the moment, you see the countdown is delayed. He keeps repeating a cycle with his fingers, and every few seconds the countdown starts again, and he delays it back a few seconds. The countdown continues, and he delays it back a few seconds. Redwin, please.
Show me what to do. I can do it.
No, you can't. He looks at you, and you can see his other hand his fingers are embedded in the cybernetics of the side of the keyboard. There's a strange blue energy that seems to be coursing down his arm and through his fingertips and into the electronics. Look, I'll be fine, okay?
There has to be another way. Do you know where this explosive is housed?
He shakes his head. No, but if I know my dad, this room probably has some sort of a protection or a failsafe or something in it. And I can find it. If anybody can, it's me, okay? So just go out there and help everybody get the fuck out of here, he says, repeating the cycle, faltering for just a moment while he argues with you and losing a few more precious seconds than he'd like, repeating the cycle again.
Fine. But you better make it out of this alive, otherwise I am chasing you into the afterlife and dragging your ass back. Again.
Please. You think I would miss out on marrying her? He says, looking at Minerva. Minerva is shaking her head. Pridwin, he is psychotic, and I am not leaving him here.
Need to go.
I don't fucking care, Minerva says, looking at you. And so help me, if you think you're gonna pick me up like you did with that woman, I will kill you.
Minerva, please, just trust him.
2 minutes to self-destruct, you hear over the speakers. I don't want to have to trust him right now. I want him to leave.
Unfortunately, that's not how relationships work. You have to trust each other. Especially in situations like these.
Minerva,
Even if you don't want to.
Minerva grinds her teeth together so hard you actually hear a crack. She runs up and grabs Liam by the collar and glares at him. So fucking help me if you do not come back from this. She opens her mouth to say something and stops. Rests her forehead against his for a moment and closes her eyes. He does the same, still repeating the cycle with his fingertips flawlessly. Then she lets go of him and runs out the door.
Is Ina still within reach of the room?
No, you were helping with the scientists. I imagine you've caught up with Maze by now.
Okay.
Kat looks at you, Pridwin. Lunala is pulling on your arm. Pridwin, I love you, but we have to go.
I know.
I will be fine, he says, looking at you.
I trust you.
He gives you a sad smile. Now go! Please, fuck! I can't have my niece dying in an explosion that I tried to prevent.
Come on.
Lunala all but pulls you out of the room.
He's just making sure that everybody else is going as well.
The only person that has stayed behind is Katya.
Katya?
I've got this, Katya says, nodding to you. You see her opening her palm, and there's that strange, black, shadowy substance that begins to appear. It's okay.
All right. Pridwin is going to start moving.
As you start moving, running, all but Lunala opens her palm and you feel the pull towards it.
He'll transform.
You do so, and she flashes into her cat form and lurches forward, making triple the time that you were on your feet. She bounds, racing forward. Maze, you guys are at the exit at this point, and you hear a thundering sound behind you, and you almost get run over by a cat. Lunala all but barrels you guys over, leaping over top of you guys. Thank God they installed stairs and not just an elevator to get out. As you guys make your way out of an emergency exit and find yourselves on a platform in the middle of the water. A wide platform with little more than a helipad on it. You can see the shoreline in the distance, and there's a huddle of dozens of scientists, a few children, the cybernetic animals, and your party. from the stairwell below, you hear self-destruct in 30 seconds. Judah looks at the rest of you as you guys emerge. Where's Liam? And Kat?
They had a plan. We just have to trust them.
Are you fucking serious? Judah says and starts back for the stairwell.
No, we can't
No.
go back for them.
Judah? Remember how many bad plans we've had? But we somehow made it through.
Yo, we got by the skin of our teeth. That's a fucking kid in there, she says, pointing at the stairwell. That kid, to be fair, is a lot smarter than most of us, Lunala adds from the side.
She has also survived considerably worse.
As you're having this conversation, there is a rumble from beneath your feet. And then suddenly an explosion of dust and debris from the stairwell. There's an inward swirling for a moment as the waters in the distance buckle suddenly and form a sort of spiral whirlpool downwards. And then they all rush in together, crashing and colliding, writhing until finally they begin to settle. There's a crack of thunder as rain begins to fall.
I need to go look for them.
You look down the stairwell and you see that it is completely collapsed.
He's looking out at the water.
You look out at the water. It's completely unsettled. How are we supposed to get all these people over to the frickin' shore? Judah says. You'd think they'd have boats or something.
There's a helicopter pad right there. Unfortunately, it's empty.
The waters are beginning to lap at the edges of the helo platform in the disarray. You hear the cats unhappily growling as they edge towards the center of the platform. This is what my nightmares are made of, Judah says under her breath.
Even with my ability, I can't bring everybody across that quickly.
Especially with how tumultuous the water is.
Fredwin's going to pull his helmet, or pull the disc of his helmet from his head. We need to call Death. Fredwin shoves the helmet over to Anna. You can do it.
Oh yeah, I have the great rapport with her. No way. I can be all perfectly fine. It's not like this is going to have horrible consequences or anything. We didn't just lie to her and everyone else about where we were going.
We didn't lie.
Lie?
Just
We
didn't
omitted
disclose.
details.
Yeah.
Semantics.
Also, she is going to be a lot less angry at you than she would be at me.
You feel
Good
it
point.
tugging on your sleeve, Anna.
I look over.
You look over and down. It is 9. She's tugging on your sleeve, and she's pointing at the water. Help, she says.
look at where she's pointing.
You see tumultuous water.
Okay, fine.
Help, she says again, and points, looking at you, Pridwin.
That's what I'm
I
getting.
don't remember the number.
You see something beneath the surface.
Yeah, Maze is gonna go over and like towards the edge and look over.
You look over the edge, Maze. You see a very large shape moving around in the water.
Pridwood
Hey guys,
is taking Lunala's hand, and he looks over to hang on. He looks over to there's looks over to Anna, and he says 424-2564, and then dives into the water.
You dive into the water, and Pridwin, you come face to face with a giant cybernetic turtle.
I'm sorry, what?
Its head is bigger than you are. Its shell is massive.
Cybertle.
The cybertle looks at you. It flaps its massive flippers, and you can barely keep yourself from being spun violently in the motion.
He waves at the cybertle.
It opens its mouth and lets out something akin to whale song. Maze, there is a small child standing next to you now, bouncing on the balls of her feet. She points at the massive shape in the water. Help, she says again.
oh, hell.
The turtle surfaces, and you realize that it's almost as big as the helopad itself. It looks up in your general direction, and the child reaches out a hand and giggles and makes a grabby motion with her fingers, and the turtle presses the very tip of its nose up to meet her hand. She looks
All
at
right,
the
everyone.
turtle and then looks at the shore and says, "Help?" to the turtle. The turtle makes another strange whale sound and turns sideways, broadsiding. There's a rumble of the helopad as it actually thuds against it. Are we about
Alright,
to ride a
everyone.
fucking turtle? Judah says to you.
Yes, we are. Alright, everyone, hop onto the turtle.
Did we die in that explosion? She says, looking at you, Anna.
Nope, but I'm starting to think we took something before we went here.
I'm high as fuck right now, aren't I? She says, stepping onto the turtle unsurely.
Maze will gesture for everyone to get on before him.
The scientists don't seem so sure at first, but the fact that the helopad is beginning to tremble and deconstruct beneath them is enough encouragement for them to very quickly leap onto the turtle's back. The little girl is riding on the turtle's snoot as the animals begrudgingly make their way onto the sopping wet shell. Half metal, half actual tortoise shell. Help, she says again and points toward the shore, and the turtle begins to swim. And it is all you can do to keep your balance with the odd rocking motion this turtle makes. Pridwin, you jumped into the water. And as you do, hearing people shouting and motion ruckus from above the surface, you see that the construct of the stairwell leading up to the helopad is tearing itself apart. A veritable vacuum. imploding in on itself.
Um, Pridwin's just trying to head towards the ruins, trying to find where the command center is.
You try to make your way towards the ruins, but the water is so catastrophically shaky. You struggle against the waves. Lunala struggles with you as you try and weave your way through crumbling sections of laboratory, the lights still flickering, the electric current moving through the water. You're lucky that you can counteract it, or you think that it might have killed you by now.
Can Anna get that phone call off? Well, not phone call. But
Yes.
call to death door.
You called death while riding on the back of a turtle.
Yep.
The image on Pridwin's helmet ripples, and a pair of eyes appear. Apollyon! Angel has taught you how to answer the death mirror, since you have nothing better to do.
God.
Yeah.
So, when the death mirror ripples and Angel is not currently there, you approach and answer it. And immediately you see a lot of weird shit.
I can't believe
You-
Apollyon
you-
is Death's secretary.
You definitely see Anna, who is like holding something that the call is being made on, and Judah in the background, and they're like wobbling, like they're trying to keep their balance. And you think you see like a porcupine and a tiger in the background, and people in white coats, and a whole lot of blood. And it's raining, and every once in a while you see a splash of water.
This is extremely normal.
So, if I recall, you guys weren't supposed to be anywhere except for the academy.
Anna, you hear Apollyon's voice instead of Angel's.
Oh, thank God, I'm not going to get the earful today. Please, we need evacuation protocol immediately. We've got people drowning in a sea base.
Yeah, whatever. What's your location?
Hold on. She's fishing around. Does the PTA still have GPS functionality?
How wet has it got at this point?
Well, let's see. Was she a part of the getting soaked by Pridwin's water barrier?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's that.
It's
Then
not
there
great.
was- Yeah.
I mean, I'd imagine our PDAs would be made waterproof.
I think Oregon, Washington, somewhere around there.
Uh-huh.
Where are you at? Just gives a whole state.
Yeah. And I'm gonna need you to narrow it down a little bit.
Somewhere along the west coast.
Yeah. That narrows it down very little.
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
Any landmarks?
There's a beach.
There's
Uh-huh.
also a giant exploding sea base.
Judah,
Giant
What's
exploding sea
new?
base.
getting splashed with a face full of salt water, shouts over her shoulder, "We're at the fucking Atchison estate!"
There we go.
Wait. What the fuck? Why are you there? Don't.
Long
Actually, I
story.
don't really. I don't really care.
Got a report
Um,
for this. Got it all taken care of.
Yeah.
I don't
Oh,
care
well.
about that nerd.
Fuck your report. I'm not
Okay,
reading
whatever.
that.
This is going to be off the books.
Or
Yeah,
now,
yeah, and
I'll
Angel
let
is still
Pridwin
gonna
decide.
kill us. We get it. Now, please, there's people drowning.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm gonna send somebody over there soon. Just get to land.
The turtle's taking care of
It-
that.
The what?
Long story.
Judah grabs the
Yeah.
edge of the helmet and tilts it a little bit, and Apollyon, you get like a glimpse of like a 9-year-old riding on the massive nose of some sort of turtle. And there's water everywhere and people screaming.
One of you guys is gonna owe me a drink. Anyway, yeah, somebody's on their way now. Just get to shore.
Hey, you have that thing with Cat, right? Judah says over her shoulder at you.
The what? Oh,
Cat, the connection. Minerva
Yeah?
looks over on his shoulder. Is she alive?
is she?
Apollyon, you felt something real weird a minute ago, and you haven't really felt a whole lot since. But you weren't really paying attention to it, because that happens a lot, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she
Yeah,
did almost
yeah,
die the other day.
Yeah. Well, I felt something really weird, and then it stopped. So
What do you mean it stopped? Judah and Minerva say at the same time.
he shrugs.
Oh my god, you are useless, Judah says.
Hey man, don't ask me.
You'd
This is
think
what
he'd be a
happens to
little
the
more
great
concerned.
demons.
Well, let's put it this way. If she was dead, then death would have blown up the entire academy by now. So
This is good news, right? Judah says, looking at Anna.
he looks around, concerned. Yes.
Fredwin, you're trying to navigate your way through the wreckage. You manage to find a hallway that looks sort of familiar. What do you want to do? If Pridwin is alive. Fred!
Is dead.
Yeah?
What's happening?
What's happening?
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm dying.
You're good.
You're navigating the corridors. And you found a hallway that looks sort of familiar.
Yeah, he's gonna follow it.
You follow the corridor further inward until you find a set of doors. Kind of ajar, drifting underwater.
Um, he's... Hang on. What does he see at the end of the corridor?
Set of doors. The doors that look very familiar, like the room you were in shortly before.
He's gonna pry them open.
You kind of wrench them free in the water and enter into the study. But it's in absolute disarray. Everything is all over the place. There's technological equipment, there's an electric current pulsing and jolting through the entire area, electrifying the water, and the bookshelves have all collapsed on top of each other in this heap.
Um, He's searching.
You look around. There's piles of debris everywhere. Is there any specific thing you're doing trying to locate?
He has his lamp on. Um, and he's just trying to like lift rubble, look around for any indication that there might be something there.
You lift a desk with Lunala's help, shoving it aside, and nothing. You see the hints of blood-stained tile, the electric current jolting, even affecting Lunala, pairing with you. And then you feel what almost feels like an itch at the back of your mind. The itch forms into a scratchy, gravelly word. Bread?
Cat? Liam.
Help.
He's immediately going to rush over.
You try to ascertain what direction the voice is coming from, and you finally get the sense it might be somewhere underneath the bookshelves, so you try and lift with Lunala's help, and these shelves are enormous, so you're having a lot of trouble even moving one, much less the heap. But you think you see something emanating from beneath it.
He's tearing them apart if he has to. Like, just brute force all the way.
You begin wrenching them apart. And you feel a hand on your shoulder from behind you.
He looks over.
It's your mom. She, almost like a child, grabs you, picks you up, and moves you aside, and then begins shredding the bookshelves.
Thank you.
She breaks her way down until there's a hole big enough for you to see a glow coming from. It's a strange purplish hue.
He's gonna reach in.
You reach in and shove the last of a section until you've made sort of a little entrance into this cavernous pile of bookshelves, and you writhe your way in and find what looks to be a little dome. And you're struck with a memory for a moment. A memory of a similar looking bubble. When you first saw your wife. After all those years.
Oh. Is he able to get into that bubble?
You try to approach it and you find the surface is rigid and doesn't want to let you pass. As you kind of rub a hand across it, trying to see, you swipe almost a layer of dust and debris off of it, and you can manage to see inside. And you see Liam. His back to you, he's got his arms wrapped around something, almost curled around it protectively. And you see a hand reached around him, the palm extended, the fingers flexed, shaking, glowing the same familiar purple as that bubble.
Liam? Patia?
Brett.
You're going to need to hold your breaths. But only for a moment.
If I let go, It'll all collapse. You see the hand shaking worse.
I need to be able to get in. I can hold it up.
Her fingers tremble weakly, and then her hand begins to drop. And with it, the purple begins to fade, almost like a haze.
With one hand, he's going to try and brace up against the rubble, and with the other, he's going to try and reach in and grab them.
You have to almost immediately, because the second that orb disappears, all of the shelves begin to fall inward.
As soon as he can reach them, he's going to give them water breathing.
You put a hand on Liam's back, and he doesn't move. You reach to touch Katya's fingers, which are still resting on Liam's back. You can't see her from underneath of him except for her hand. The fingers twitch a bit at your touch. You hear a cough and a gasp. We're stuck.
What do you need me to do?
She tries to shift a little bit, and you notice there appears to be several objects sticking up from the debris through Liam as you try to move him. We're stuck, she says again. He's okay, I think, she says.
Hang on. Mother, can you hold up the rubble?
It's just like peering into the hole from behind you curiously. She crouches and squeezes her way in and then just stands up and braces the entire, arch with her shoulders and arms.
He's going to try and start extracting Liam from the debris. And I am going to... I don't think he can really use his normal healing, so I think he's gonna have to take a risk here. Yeah, fuck it, I'm higher lowing it. Oh, thank fuck. Alright, so it's healing. He's going to immediately put 100 healing into Cat, and he's going to put 150 into Liam.
You do so. Cat coughs again, but her breathing seems a bit more stable. I think it's rebar or something. She tries to shift again.
He's bending whatever's not... He would have been cutting through whatever's been impaled. And he's bending whatever's not, and is just kind of obstructing them out of the way.
You work your way down and find the two worst pieces are a jagged shard of metal and tech parts that's embedded through Katya, through her hip, and up into Liam's side. And the other one is a piece of rebar that has gone, up through her ribs and into Liam's shoulder.
We can patch these up once we get to the surface.
I don't want to be underwater anymore, she says.
I'm getting you out of here.
I want to go home, she says under her breath.
We're almost there. We just have to get out of here. Just here. Don't try to swim. I can pull you both up.
Lunala looks at you with concern from behind Aegis.
Once he's done properly extracting them, he's going to try and carefully pull them from the rubble.
You pull them, and Liam's body comes limply, heavy, in your arms. Katya finagles him off of you as best she can. You see Aegis reach down and actually pry Katya up off of the remaining piece of rebar as carefully as possible.
Almost done.
You finagle the two of them out into the dilapidated remains that aren't bookshelves. Lunala takes Cat, and as the bookcases begin to crumble, your mom's construct also begins to crumble.
Thank you.
Your mom looks at you and nods once.
He's going to take Liam and Katya, look over to Lunala and begin trying to get them out.
Lunala helps you best you can as you guys try to navigate the waterways, trying to figure out your way back, but it's a dilapidated mess. And it's hard to backtrack, much less figure out where the hell you're at. Back on the surface, the turtle has made it to the shoreline. And as Maze and several of the other scientists that are in decent health begin helping people up the rocky crags and towards the surface, you guys, those of you in the party, stare out at the water where Pridwin has disappeared, curiously. Nine, sitting on the turtle's head, looks up at you, Maze, and then looks back out at the water. Help? She says.
He nods and, what would he do? He's gonna hop on with.
He's gonna do what?
Oh, he's gonna nod and then hop on to Turtle.
Anna, you and Judah are staring out at the water, trying to help these people up the rocky shore. Several of them actually fall in between the crags, and Judah and you have to pry them up. The cat's much more agile and eager to be away from the water, leaping their way up the rocks and clambering onto ledges as best they can.
Anna's going to be working with the other scientists to do head counts. They know them. They know who all was there, or at least who all they knew was there, if anyone was missing.
As you are, you hear murmurs of relief and thanks coming from the scientists. I thought I'd never get out of there. You have no idea what this means. We can finally go home. Do you have any idea how long we have been beneath the surface of the waters?
My guess, several years, but
I cannot
you
remember
guys are
the
the
last
ones that
time I saw the
experienced it.
sun. It feels weird not being in, how you say, motion all the time.
oh yeah, that's an experience.
I don't like it, he says. I liked the turtle better as he's looking down at the turtle. Once everybody is off the back of the turtle, Nine pats the turtle's nose with the hand with the shard embedded in it and then points at the water. Help, she says, and the turtle begins to move again. Maze, you are trying not to fall again, riding on the turtle.
He's just gonna sit crisscross on the turtle.
You sit crisscross on the back of the turtle. This is actually it would be a surreal, meditative place for you to be if the entire world didn't seem to be trying to kill you at the moment with the lightning strikes and the tumultuous water and the debris everywhere.
That wouldn't stop him from meditating.
Yeah, you're right. Bridwin, just when you guys think that you are hopelessly lost, there's a violent swirling in the water. And suddenly, the debris above you is wrenched free, and you find yourself staring up into the massive mechanical eyes of a turtle.
Turtle's back.
The turtle turns its head and drops the piece of debris and looks down at you, curiously. You see on its back, Maze is still somehow sitting crisscross even though he's underwater trying to hold his breath.
Eyes closed, meditating.
There is also a little girl clutching onto one of the many ridges on the turtle's head and neck, and she waves at you, trying to hold her breath as well.
He waves, and he's going to try and swim up and grab onto the turtle.
You swim up enough to grab onto the turtle's fin, and immediately the turtle swooshes, and you are soaring rapidly moving through the water until suddenly you breach the surface as the fin is brought up level with the ground and you get a breath of fresh air. Your wife coughing behind you.
I know. The transition between water and air is never comfortable.
She groans, coughing up a lungful of water as she clings to the turtle's fin. Katya clambers up onto a section of the fin and collapses. You heave Liam up onto the edge of the fin and try to hold him up with one arm as the turtle approaches the shore. Anna, you guys see the turtle returning, and something glimmering near one of its fins. The little girl waves at you and Judah and says, "Help!" and points at Pridwin and the others.
Oh, thank God. They're not dead.
Yet, Judah says, putting a hand on her hip. You make it to the shoreline.
What's the economy's problem at this point?
You make it to the shore, and Nine reaches down and tries to offer you a hand, like this small child is going to be able to help you up off of the fin. But, you know, whatever, she's trying.
Maze stops meditating and goes to help.
Maze pats Nine's head and then reaches an actual helpful hand down.
Yeah.
You guys are...
Mostly one piece.
You guys are helped up onto the back of the turtle and then onto the rocks and up to the shoreline. You all are standing together. And you watch as the cats curiously are looking at the grass. Unsurely. They start sniffing, keeping to the rocks. The little girl moves up next to Ivanka and is also staring at the grass unsurely.
Maze is gonna walk up to one of the lions that he befriended, and he's gonna pet them.
What is? She says, tilting her head uncomfortably. Spikes. She points at them. Green spikes.
You mean grass?
Spikes, she said, and shakes her head no.
He looks down and looks up. Spikes.
Huh?
Anna says, "Oh, they're used for this." Pulls 2 pieces of grass and does the whole whistle.
Like the whistle
Grass
thing?
whistle.
Oh my god. She seems amused by the whistle. She still doesn't feel very sure about touching it. One of the lions is the first, actually, to hesitantly put a paw down on the grass and immediately lift it back up and sniff at its paw and look at the grass again and slowly put its foot down and then another foot, and then it just full on like dives and slides into the grass and rolls onto its back and lets out an odd kind of purr, and immediately the other cats follow suit, cautiously at first and then beginning to roll in the grass.
Maze will begin to pet the lion, perhaps even a little belly scratches.
The lion is not objecting to belly scratches. 9 cautiously looks from where she's standing behind Pridwin at the grass and at Ivanka, who's rolling in the grass, and then back at the rocks unsurely. Soft spikes, she says.
Mm-hmm.
Cautiously, she steps forward and reaches down and touches it with a finger, and then runs her palm through it. And she smiles a little at the sensation. Soft spikes. And she flops on the grass next to Ivanka. Minerva immediately sprints over to Pridwin and damn near tackles Liam out of Pridwin's grasp. I am never doing that again. That was your one. You had one single one where I agreed to leave you somewhere. It's never happening again. I hope you know that. Liam groggily opens his eyes and coughs up a mouthful of water. Yes, ma'am, he says. As you guys are standing there, you hear a whirring in the distance. And momentarily, the dark clouds part, ruffled above you as a helicopter appears. And then a second and a third, and you hear the rolling of a truck. Several trucks making their way down the same road that you guys had in your Jeep. Death is not gonna like this, Judah says to you under her breath.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we saved, some people, she says, looking at the crowd. She's still gonna kill us, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck.
She'll compliment us first, and then kill us.
She'll do the sandwich method, where she compliments us and kills us and then says something nice to put on our grave.
Exactly.
I can live with that.
Mike. My condolences.
My condolences. As the trucks roll in, Minerva clutching Liam close, Katya laying in the grass besides the cats, staring up into the rain falling from the sky. That's where I'm gonna cut things for today.
Alright.
And we
Cool.
will pick up. We will pick up back at the academy Tuesday night for our next session
Alright.
of this this mess.
Awesome. Friend.
Alrighty.
He's going to name the lion. Not sure what yet, but he's going to name it.
Bold of you to assume that you get to name the lion.
What do you mean I can't name the lion? I befriended it first.
What if the lion already has a
No.
name, bro?
Would have given it to him.
Just out of a lot of metagaming nonsense, you know who would be a really good caretaker for the lions? A certain Beej.
Oh, what?
But that would be metagaming.
I mean, you're right. You're right, though.
Who would have named the lion stuff?
9 would have. Or any of the other kids.
They tried to eat 9.
Yeah, they did. It's fine, though. Oh, God.
I feel like Maze should reserve